Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to call our meeting to order, and would you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. We do have a quorum. We have 4 of our 5 directors here. Director Rice is not present. So we'll move on then to item D. Mr. Carmel, report on closed session.
Thank you, Madam President. Let's see, on the 18th of February, we discussed real property negotiations and labor negotiations. No action was taken. And today we discussed labor negotiations and no action was taken. That's all I have to report.
Okay, we have a request as a point of order, Mr. Carmel. We have a request for a public comment on the closed session, and so I'd like to acknowledge that.
It's at your discretion, but I'd recommend receiving the comment.
Yes, all right. We have on item 1D, Tina Dickinson. And Mr. Carmel, you're keeping time on the 3 minutes.
Good
Okay,
evening.
welcome.
I received the agenda packet from Monique Madrid at 4:56 p.m. on Friday, March the 19th. I took a look at it, scanned through it, and immediately saw an issue with item 1, with the closed session item. There was no closed session that was printed in the agenda packet. And I followed up at the beginning of the week with an email to Ms. Madrid and to legal counsel Tim Carmel. It wasn't until, I believe, we got a 24-hour notice on this item. I don't understand that. The March 24th item to be discussed in closed session was a January item in closed session. Why was it not on the agenda on Friday the 19th? Why did there have to be more staff time spent on an agenda item that was dealt with in closed session with no report coming back in February, and here we are in March the 24th, and we had to go through this. That was actually a Brown Act violation, the way that was set up. But because you got it in your 24-hour, within the 24 hours, it was fine. But this is ridiculous. Why are we spending staff time for something that should be standard procedure for an item that was already discussed in closed session in January? So I have to ask why. I really wonder what on earth is going on in CCSD land for this to have happened, for the public to have to make a comment and question it. And by the way, I never did get a response from Mr. Carmel or Ms. Madrid until the 24-hour notice, special notice for the closed session came out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carmel, would you like to comment that our special meeting 24-hour notice is within, of course, regulation?
Yes, it satisfies the Brown Act requirements for notice on a special meeting.
Thank you. Okay, now we will move into item 2, special reports. And first, I think we have the representative, yes we do, from the Sheriff's Department. We welcome you here today. If you would please join us. And your friend. Very nice. What a sweet baby. His name is Sheriff? Well, welcome. And I've not met you, I believe, before, so please introduce yourself.
I have not been here before. So I'm John Franklin, obviously a K-9 deputy with the San Luis Sheriff's Office. I'm assigned here to the coast station. so both Cambria and all the way down to Avila. Commander Jim Taylor couldn't be here today, and neither could Sergeant Steve Odom. So I got elected to come give the report and also to allow you guys to actually see another deputy that doesn't normally get to be seen to people.
Well, thank you.
So-
I see this as a special treat, so thank you very much.
So this is Canine Jocko. He's been with the Sheriff's Department for 4 years now.
Who's been on that rug?
This is a classic example of a difference between a pet and a working dog. This dog will not ever stop doing what he thinks that he needs to do. Hey,
All right.
fly.
Okay. I'm sorry. Could not help that.
So what he does is he does tracking. So he can track missing people, lost people, stuff like that. His main thing is what we call suspect apprehension. Obviously, that is a nice term for catching the bad guys in your home or if they run or all that kind of stuff. The other thing he does, which is what he's doing now, is searching for narcotics. So he's sniffing everything, crawling around. He knows that he's got to lay down. That's why he's crawling. And hey,
There's no one nervous in the audience. That's good.
yeah, this is the guy you don't want to run from if I tell you to stop. But anyway, very, very friendly. His name is Jocko, just like Jocko's down in South County, our favorite steak place. And anyway, that's who we are. And I have this report now for you.
Thank you.
So from the period between February 18th and March 24th, the Sheriff's Office has received 294 calls for service in Cambria, including in these numbers are 32 traffic stops by deputies on motor vehicles, 9 pedestrian contacts where a deputy stopped a person on foot to talk to them, 9 foot patrols of the Cambria Business District, excuse me, 21 alarm calls for both audible and motion censored residential alarms. 5 were businesses and 16 were residential. 1 alarm was to Exotic Gardens restaurant, and an actual attempted entry was discovered on that call. There's been 20 assist to other agencies requests. Deputies assisted the Highway Patrol, CAL FIRE, and actually AT&T with calls for service ranging from downed trees in the roadways due to the wind to a tree that fell on top of a house. Hey. Remember, he does bite. Okay, where were we at? On Ascot Lane. There were 24 complete 911 calls requiring deputies respond to check. There was 25 disturbing the peace calls. Most of these calls ranged from loud neighbors to an incident of an assault and battery. There were 3 arrests here in the Cambria area. One was for spousal abuse. A subject was detained while investigating a call for a suspicious subject in the 2100 block of Andover, and the subject ended up having 2 warrants, so he was arrested for that. The third subject that was arrested for trespassing, and that was in the 2500 block of Camborne. Excuse me. There was 1 petty theft report. A daughter was caught using her mother's debit card without permission to buy $50 worth of merchandise, and the mother actually requested prosecution on that. There was 2 burglaries. On the 9th of March, the 2300 block of Main Street, the suspect forced entry into a restaurant and stole money. Video footage showed that the suspect entered at 2:30 a.m. in the morning, and he was actually wearing gloves and a hoodie that concealed his face. On the March 22nd, in the 4100 block of Bridge Street, a suspect stole currency from a cash drawer and 2 cases of wine from a restaurant. There was 1 battery report. A man grabbed another by the shirt front over an argument. After an argument became heated, occurred on the morning of March 14th at the Cookie Crock Market. There was also 1 vandalism reported. A suspect or suspects marked a pole at the entrance to the driveway of a residence in the 700 block of Cornwall with graffiti. Current staffing as of March 2016 remains as 1 commander, Jim Taylor, which you guys know. Steve Odom is the sergeant. There's 21 deputies assigned to patrol, 1 school resource deputy, and 1 rural crimes deputy, and then obviously our 4-legged friend here, Jocko. So that completes my report. Any questions?
Well, thank you for the report. And do we have questions or comments from the board? I don't think so. So it was a pleasure. Yeah, well, yes. Vice President Thompson.
Yes, officer. 2 questions. Firstly, I understand there were some issues either last evening or this morning with respect to someone going through vehicles on Park Hill and rifling through the cars and stealing some property. Do you have any information on that?
I don't have specific information on that. We talked a little bit about it in briefing. Obviously, it's being investigated, all that kind of stuff. But one of the things that all communities can do is, even though we live in Cambria, even though we live in Shandon, California Valley, Nipomo, wherever, it's best to keep everything locked up. Lock your cars, lock your sheds, lock your houses. I know that this day and age, that's just what we've got to do. And the common denominator for all those cars, mainly up here by CDF, and then there was some over here by Shamel Park that were gone through. I don't know the exact number, somewhere in the neighborhood of like maybe 10, with items stolen out of them. None of them were locked, so whoever was doing this just was opening, going through, collecting change, whatever they could find in the car, and that kind of stuff.
The second question involves the smoke shop across the street. Apparently, the Board of Supervisors has passed an ordinance prohibiting the sale of spice. I don't know if there's some ongoing investigation with that, or whether they've complied, or what's happening with that.
Honestly, just from what I've heard on the news, probably just like everybody else. But I do know that there is a process when things like that get prohibited. There's got to be notification and all that kind of stuff. I do not know where the county is in that type of stuff.
Is that all? Okay. Well, thank you very much for the report. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And we appreciate meeting your partner.
All righty.
Okay. Okay. Good idea. Okay. And next we have under special reports, we have our report from our CCSD Fire Department and Battalion Chief Eric Shalhoub.
Good afternoon, President Rahman, members of the board. Eric Shalhoub, Challenge Chief for CAL FIRE with the CCS Fire Department report. We've logged 160 training hours for Cambria Fire Department this month of February. And on February 13th, we conducted our monthly drill, which was a refresher on commercial structure fires. And there we exercised utilizing protection master fire streams, which is to protect other structures around maybe a large structure that's on fire. And it was very successful. We did that at Cambria Grammar School. And we thank them for allowing us to utilize their property for that training. Captain Hollingsworth and Gibson are still on the track to complete their state fire training chief officers certification. They attended 2 classes this month, and actually one of them attended 2 classes, the other one attended 1. And then we have on May 5th, you may have heard about this or may not have, but we will be conducting a WUI exercise, which stands for Wildland Urban Interface. And that will be a county-wide exercise where all the local fire departments, CAL FIRE, the county fire department, all get together and train for the upcoming fire season. We all get together and make sure that we're on the same page for the fire season. And Cambria will be hosting that on May 5th, probably between 8 and 3. And we're in the planning stages of that right now, so there's kind of some, we haven't sent anything out quite yet because we want to make sure we have our everything in order. We can expect a strike team of fire engines, 5 fire engines from Santa Barbara County participating as well. So more to come with that. We'll be utilizing the Vets Hall and probably the rodeo grounds for that. It happens to be Fire Preparedness Week, that same week, so there'll be some some areas probably at the rodeo ground where the public can interact with the fire department. We'll have some static displays. Station staff have been working to ensure the station is able to house additional safer firefighters. We've basically remodeled a large office and made that into a bedroom and facilities to house firefighters for surge capacity. So we could put 2 to 3 extra firefighters in that bedroom. And then we've made the captain's office, the front office there in front, and converted that as well. We've received delivery of 10 SCBAs from a grant with 25 face pieces and 20 cylinders, which are air bottles. And most of the equipment was purchased from grant funds. And we're putting that all together and putting it in service. As far as a hiring update goes, we've got a lot going on with our reserve firefighters and safer firefighters, as you probably well know. We've hired 3 firefighters, safer firefighters, that will be pinned this evening, hopefully in the ceremony. So we've got 4 folks on our fire engine daily. I do want to let you know that it has been challenging, mainly because the 3 firefighters that we've promoted into that safer position were our staples, if you will, for the reserve program. So we've had to hire behind them, and that's definitely a process because we want to make sure that we get the best candidates. So it has been challenging, but thus far we've made it so that there are 4 folks on the fire engines since mid-March. And then Captain Emily Tolano is now a permanent fire captain, and Tyson Hamilton is now a permanent engineer. We've accomplished that. And then also this evening, I believe Captain Torlano will be giving you guys an update on all of our grants and where we're at with that. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them.
Thank you. Do we have any comments? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that report. And while we're on the fire report, we are also ready to move in now next to acknowledgments from our first 2 special reports, one from the Sheriff's Department and from the Fire Department. So it seems reasonable at this time. I'm going to change the order of the acknowledgments and presentations, since right now we have also Chief Reader here. And Chief Reader, are you going to be making the, giving the oath for the office for the 3 safer new firefighters? And if you are, it seems that I'd like to start with that one under presentations, and then we're going to follow that with a proclamation to Rudy and Michelle Rodriguez, and then that will be followed by Parks, Recreation, and Open Space presentation by Adolph Atencio. And so I think that would make a more logical order since you're here right now. So welcome.
Yes. So I'll answer the question on the order of how we had planned on doing it. So we'll invite the family and the new safer firefighters up here to get their badge pinned by their family. And Chief Reader and I would like to say a few words to the safer firefighters, and then when we're finished with that and the family has pinned the badges as we've been speaking, hopefully Monique can do the oath. And then that should conclude what we plan to do.
Good, very good, pretty exciting. And when they come up, hopefully they'll have family members that can maybe join them and be introduced.
So guys, come on up and you can bring your families as well and your badges. So I think last time we did this over here.
Welcome, welcome.
My dad, Bill, my mom, Sonia, my sister, Kristen, my brother, Ryan, and my sister's husband, Neil.
And we're going to let you do that on the microphone in just a moment, too. So go ahead, Chief. Proud of his family.
What I'll do is I'll give you all, is this on? I'll give you all an opportunity to introduce your families at the mic, how about, after we're done, okay? So welcome. This is a little bit non-traditional and just sort of a family moment, and I'm glad you're all here to see this. The fire service is steeped in tradition. Now, while I'm doing this, while I'm saying these words, I'd like the family members that are going to be pinning the two firefighters to go ahead and start that process. And I'll just be talking while you're doing that, okay? Okay. The fire service is steeped in tradition. A firefighter wears a badge that goes back to the days of the Crusades. While the Crusades could be considered a dark event in human history, it was from the knights of this time that the tradition of a badge offering protection from fire began. It is a shield of protection. That protection doesn't come from the badge itself, but from the experience passed down through time from one firefighter to another who has worn a badge.
So I get to say a few words as well. You're wearing the badge that all of us have worn in the past, and many of us wore before us. It is a symbol that you are not alone, and that the cumulative experience of firefighters now and in the past is bestowed upon you. We trust you, we believe in you, and we support you.
But wait, there's more. It is, and it has been, and it always will be, that our battle to protect life, property, and our natural resources is dependent on strong, dedicated, well-trained, and well-equipped firefighters. Firefighters Michael Castellanos, I think I said that correctly, and Ben Schenk understand this, and their success today demonstrates their commitment to meet the mission of the fire service. Chief Shalhoub and I absolutely congratulate you and wish you the best in your fire service endeavors in the future. So with that, we're going to ask you to come to attention. 10 Hut. We're going to stand before you and salute you, and then that'll be the end of our ceremony. We'll give you an opportunity to introduce your families, okay?
So there's one other firefighter that's missing that didn't make it this evening. It's Ian Van Weerden, Pullman, long name, but he was unable to make it this evening. So if some of you are wondering where the third one is, that's the story.
And do we want to have the swearing in now of the two, the oath, and then introduce the families? I think so. Then that's the last official step, right? Okay. So we have our clerk, who will do the official swearing in of the oath.
Do that, but speak up, I guess.
Okay, so just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I
Michael Castellanos,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California
of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic.
that I will bear
I will bear
true faith
true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State
of the State
of California,
California.
that I take this obligation
That I will take this obligation
freely
freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of
or purpose of
evasion,
evasion,
and that I will
and that I will
well
well
and faithfully
faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which
upon which
I'm about to enter.
I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
I'd like for them to introduce their families, and then I think we'll give them all just a proper ovation here, too. So please introduce your families and bring them up with you.
So this is my mom, Gail, and my dad, Steve, over here. And my aunt, Carolyn, and my uncle, Dave. That's my family.
I'll try this again. My dad, Bill. My mom, Sonia. My sister, Kristen. my wife, Madison. My brother, Ryan. And Neil, my brother-in-law.
Thank you. We have very proud people here and wonderful family in a proud moment. Let's give them a proper ovation. Wow, that's pretty exciting. Okay, let's now move on to our acknowledgments and presentations and continuing this evening. And so we are, as I said, going to change the order just a little bit. We did start with that. And now we have
Excuse me, Madam President.
Director Rice.
I had a comment that I'd like to,
Oh,
on that item. Thank you. I just wanted to say that SAFER is actually an acronym. It's part of a grant that we got for a limited period of time, thanks to Captain Torlano. And the rest of the firefighters are definitely also safe. So SAFER, it's not about safe and not safe, but it's an acronym for a federal grant that thankfully we were able to implement to get 4 folks on the, and I welcome all 3, even though only 2 were here tonight. I'm glad to have them here.
well said. Thank you. Now we have a proclamation for 2 people that have been a wonderful part of our community, which they will be leaving our community shortly, and that's never a happy moment, but certainly we wanted to share some of the things they have been providing to this community over the last few years. So at this time then, I would like to welcome Rudy and Michelle Rodriguez to come forward. Here they come. We very much would be happy to have you say, well, we don't need this, we're staying, but we understand that, that these things are part of our journey. And so with that, I would like to share this proclamation with you and from our community. This is the Cambria Community Service District proclamation honoring Michelle and Rudy Rodriguez. Whereas Michelle Rodriguez, a Cambria resident since 1995, has worked with the Cambria Community Service District since March 3, 2014, and during the course of her career with the district as Administrative Technician 2, Michelle has served as billing clerk while also assisting with general office operations on an as-need basis with great flexibility and dedication. And whereas she and her husband Rudy, a member of the Cambria Lions Club and 10-year produce department manager with Albertsons Market in Morro Bay, have been active members of the Cambria community, having attended Calvary Chapel for 21 years, invested 20 years of labor into their local fixer-upper home, owned and operated multiple businesses in the community, including All American Video, we all know that, remember that, All American Dry Cleaning and Alterations, and All American Recycling Center. Participated in the partnership that built the new Cambria Library, put their son, the 2005 Coast Union High School president through Cambria schools and established long-lasting friendships with many throughout the community. And whereas Michelle has furthermore served the community through her outreach and teaching with Calvary Chapel, substitute teaching for the Coast Unified School District. I believe you were a first grade teacher, weren't you? Yes. And full-time teaching with the North County Christian School in Atascadero. And through her tenure as director of the Learning Center at the Cambria Presbyterian Church. And whereas Rudy has furthermore served the community through his food parcel projects with Calvary Chapel, which delivered boxes of food to needy Cambria families, through his coaching of the Cambria youth football team, which resulted in an exciting winning season, and through his leadership on many mission trips to Russia. And whereas Michelle is resigning from her post at CSD, and she and Rudy are looking forward to spending more time with their 18-month-old twin granddaughters in Fredericksburg, Virginia. And now, therefore, by virtue of the authority vested in me as president of the board of directors, and on behalf of the entire board, district staff, and all Cambrians, on this day, March 24th, 2016, I hereby present to Michelle and Rudy this proclamation of public recognition, extending to them both our deep appreciation for their distinguished service and our best, very best, wishes for continued success in all their future endeavors. Thank you. Rudy, would you
Sure. Well, thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure serving all of you, and we're going to miss you, but we got you beautiful girls that we're going to get to babysit 24/7, so we're truly going to miss you. It's been a blessing to be with all of you, and thank you for all your help and being able to enjoy all your kids. We were just talking, Mr. Castellanos' son, I can remember when I think he was playing football for us, so it's been a long time, and we've really enjoyed all of your families, so thank you very much.
Okay, and next on our presentations this evening we have, is Adolf here? There he is. Okay, thank you. I've worked closely with Adolf for a long time, but I didn't see him, but thank you, Adolf. Adolf is here for the presentation for Parks, Recreation, and Open Space. He is a commissioner on open space, and he is also on the board for the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. And he's going to share some of the updates and kind of give us an update and status report on our trails. And so we look forward to hearing from you, Adolf. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board directors, general public.
There should be a, okay.
We've been looking at trails for several years now, and if you read the Cambria in the last couple of weeks, you noticed that Joanne Butler had written an article about how we're loving it to death. And so what I'm going to present tonight really is kind of a history of trails in a sense, but also what we're going to do as our next step in taking care of some of those problems that we've experienced. So we'll start out with this slide, like this, right? So, we all love a walk in the ranch. But why do we always look for shortcuts? And what happens when you make a shortcut, if you're two people, you walk along together, you create a new trail. So
Adolf, would you lean more toward the mic or pull it over toward you? Just a little bit, please, so we can...
All right, we'll do that. So every time you walk together, you're creating a new trail. And this is sort of the result as of 2013. We probably have a couple of more that have come into being. As you can see, it becomes a little bit of a spider web. So Another way of saying it is when you walk together, when you decide to go from one place to another without using a regular trail, paths beget paths. And I just put a few things here. Does anybody know a shortcut? I'm tired. Is a view better from here? It's too much exercise to go around. Do that. Going the right way. Ah. And we're creating some funny trails also. Some are really overused. This is just an illustration to show that you end up at a junction, so where do you go from there? This particular trail used to be lightly used. It was actually a trail that goes across one of the main drainages on the ranch. It's kind of the gully that goes down to Sickliffe Estates. So there's a lot of the seasonal wetlands that occur here. A lot of the drainage from a heavy storm will pass through here. And now, during the summertime, we're trampling down those water plants. And when it rains, when you create trails that aren't consistent with good trail use, erosion happens. This happens to be some erosion that happened in the previous year, I think last year, when the drainage came down from the Marine Terrace Trail off of the Meander Trail. So another way of saying it, aren't we happy with beautiful? Oh, I think I'm in the right direction. Peaceful, spectacular. So we've asked ourselves the question, how can we rein in the proliferation of these new trails every year? Well, one way is, what we're doing right now is we're surveying all the trails that are on the ranch and the junctions that they are coming into, looking to see which trails are most used. And then also we're looking to see which of those trails are harmful to the environment or damaging resources or causing erosion. Are some of these trails just crosscuts, which really aren't necessary? Or do we have redundant trails to the same place? I'm pointing this right way. So we used to have a set of original main trails. There are about 6 or 7 of them. And some of those are disappearing on us. And so we're getting to the point where we really can't identify those very well. And if we can, we'll probably make those main trails again. We have to decide whether we need signage to identify main trails. We probably do. And then finally, how can we eliminate those trails found to be unnecessary or damaging? This is just a way of saying, okay, we have sensitive habitat. This is a friend of mine gave me this picture. Basically, how do we keep people off sensitive habitat? Mr. Hurst did it by putting up little signs next to his sculptures saying, please keep off the sculptures. The signs, what should they say? Or what should a sign look like? Who installs the signs? And do we put GIS locations on the signs? One of the reasons for putting a GIS location or a GPS location is if you're out in the ranch and you get injured, you make a phone call, you can say, I'm at such and such a location, and you get faster service. So when we start getting these trails into shape, this would be not a bad trail. It's kind of going through, it's not trampling a whole lot. This is a picture I took at the Pacific Research Center up in Santa Cruz. They've been putting in their trails so they don't allow people to go off of the trail. That's too bad. Go off the trail, and they find that the plants have recovered and they're in really good shape. Now, in a wet year, we're going to see more of that happening anyway, but this is how it could look if we stay off of the foliage and stuff. So are we ready to do something about this? Well, the pros in the Fiscal Land Ranch Preserve, Friends of Fiscal Land Preserve, are in a continuing partnership to preserve and protect the natural resources on the ranch. And we use guidelines. One is the conservation easement, which is the document that protects the Fiscal Land Ranch Preserve natural resources for future generations into perpetuity. And that's managed by the Friends of Fiscal Land Ranch Preserve. Now, the FRP management plan is jointly prepared by the CCSD and the FFRP, and it's a document that lays out the plan to protect and preserve the ranch within the boundaries of the conservation easement. And then PROS acts as a community representative for Parks and Open Space and basically informs the board on the activities that are happening with the Parks and Recreation and also suggests maybe areas that we might be able to put as future parks. So FFRP has reestablished our Trails Committee. Our makeup is 2 of our FFRP board members and volunteers from the community. If you're interested in volunteering, we'd love to have you. And the committee will participate in annual monitoring as a way of assessing the trail conditions each year. Excuse me. And continue to make assessments on trails and make decisions on which trails are in line with that preservation ethic. And basically eliminate those that are not. And then we'll be giving an annual report to the FFRP board, and I'm sure we'll pass it on to the CCSD and PROS. Is that right? These are photos that were taken by the California Coastal Project. It's a project where in each year they'll fly a helicopter over the coast and they take pictures in short sections, maybe less, maybe a quarter to a half mile. And they do it all on the coast, and this just happens to be the ones that I picked out to show how the ranch looks on those photos. So the aerial photographs, and you can see the trails up on the ranch, hillsides, et cetera. Some of those are a little bit scarring, like the ones that come straight down the mountain. And this is basically the south end, excuse me. So now we've initiated a trail closure project, and we selected just 3 or 4 trails to start this out. A couple of them are coming off of the boardwalk, and you'll see these. You'll see the evidence of that if you walk the boardwalk. You're going to see signs that will ask you to please stay off the trails. The 3 we have. I don't know if this is a pointer. No. The 3 we have are on the left side of the photo. There's a short one that just basically is a crosscut from the boardwalk to another trail that goes out. The middle one you see there is a trail where folks have come down the mountain on that straight purple line there and then use the red line to get to a fence, and then they've lifted the fence up to get to the boardwalk. Well, we don't really want that to happen anymore. There we go. So this is what our trail closures will look like. And this is an initial project started in February of this year. And this particular project is being handled by Brian Morgan, who is a new board member. Brian is sitting over here. And he's been very active in putting all this together. So what you're going to see is possibly a single post closure on the left of the screen there, and the right also. And then we have what we call a drift fence. The drift fence is a bit wider, but it's got a center post that shows a sign telling you please to be careful of the habitat. And then you'll have 2 other posts out. We're making those wider because we do really want that trail to be not used. The signs that we've come up with by one of our members of the FFRP, Walt Andrus. I'm told it was his dad who did it, so we'll give Walt the credit and he can pass it on to his dad. So you see, what you might see on the ranch then are, where you see the 2 white signs there are the please stay off. Or if you're along a cliff walking along one of the bluffs, you might see a warning sign to remind you that there is danger in doing that. So this is what basically an initial trail closure starts out as. And this is the trail I showed you that was a middle trail. So these were ad hoc trails coming off the boardwalk and then going, this particular one goes toward the fence line. People were lifting the fence to go underneath and then go straight up the mountain. Actually, this trail started out by actually starting at the ranch hand bench and coming straight down the mountain and then trying to find a way to the boardwalk. So that's one that really is, if you're walking on the boardwalk, it looks like a scar on the mountainside, and we'd like to eliminate that. This one will have the 3-post drift fences on both sides, both on the boardwalk side and on the Marine Terrace Trail side. Let's see. And this is our next project that we want to take care of, and this is the upside of that trail I was just showing you. And you can see where the erosion from previous years has really become quite significant. That the trail itself now is becoming a drainage trail during the winter storms. And this is a trail that we'll be tackling in the next couple of months. This is a project that we did several years ago now, where we wanted to protect the seasonal wetlands. And if you walk the ranch, you've come across this bridge from the south end. That's that first bridge you cross over. And in previous years, there's always been a little pond that forms there because this is a good drainage area, and it usually has a lot of pollywogs in it. I haven't seen any this year yet, and maybe they'll come back. What happens when you have a nice seasonal wetland that continues to thrive is that you're going to see more egrets out there because they like little frogs, and you're going to see a lot more birds. And it's going to be a much more pleasant experience when you walk the ranch if you notice that the beauty is still there. So thank you.
Adolph, come back. Come back. Yes, Adolph and I have, in fact, I've had the privilege of working with you over part of this for many, many years now. And it's very nice to have this presentation. I want to thank you very much. From the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve Board, I think you do have another member or two here. Would you like to introduce them, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Brian Morgan. Brian, would you stand?
And then also we may have some comments. We have people, of course, that do partner with you also from the board as liaison and ad hoc. So did you want to
Yes, please.
first start, Vice President Thompson?
Thank you, and thank you, Adolph, for the work you and your board do on the ranch. I think I particularly like the wording on the signs where you're asking people to be kind and not go on these unauthorized trails. I think people would be more inclined to want to be kind if they see that kind of language, and I think that would be very effective.
Yes. Yeah, those signs were, I'll call them ad hoc signs that were made by Brian Morgan. I do think that Be Kind was really, we've had a lot of comments on that. And that's right, people really will probably respect them more.
Sounds a lot nicer than keep out.
It certainly
Stay
does.
off.
It certainly does. I also want to thank Carlos Mendoza, who's been a real help to us in this last few months on the trails. And he's really pitched in, and it's really helped us a lot to get this done.
Well, yes, it's a great partnership. So we just want to thank you for the presentation. It was very timely. It's a great time of year by now for all of us to truly, if we can, just give ourselves a treat, take some time, and walk the ranch too. So I really encourage everyone. We all find that we're here and we love it, but we get busy. And so then we have to think back, when's the last time that we had a walk on the ranch? And so I welcome everyone to always just find that time, because you do a great job with preserving it too. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, and on presentations, Director Rice.
I just had a question for you, and I know that this is specifically to the trails on the ranch, if I'm not mistaken. If there's other places in town where there are open space properties, or they're in conservation easement but they're not part of the ranch, or there's a trail that we want to get going, like say for folks that walk from Pine Knolls, say for example, down to Main Street, is there any way to get something like that going? Or this is specifically to the ranch, and other open spaces aren't really included in this part of the trails?
I can speak to a part of that, having worked on pros for years, along with Director or Vice President Thompson too. We do have other trails, and well, there's a cross-town trail that has been in progress for quite a few years. We have the what is the bike trail called that goes down right by the rodeo grounds? It's not just the bike trail, but yeah. So do we have other trails besides on the ranch here that in fact are maintained as actually by by Carlos and facilities and maintenance? We do. Pros actually has more of a hand in that and what makes good trails, and so we do have some. And I know we have other trails. In fact, I see our Forest Committee representatives here, and you know about trails too in some other areas. So I think in answer to the question, there are certainly trails that are created and somewhat maintained beyond what we saw here this evening too.
Cambria is not a very walkable community, but it would be nice to have some places where you could actually safely walk. I know walking down Burton's a rather treacherous, driving down Burton is treacherous, but some and Pine Knolls Drive is also rather treacherous. It would be nice if we could have more areas where we could actually have some of these trails. And I just don't know if there's a mechanism for doing that, if there's open space in conservation easement.
Because you're right, most of the trails that I'm talking about are truly more away from traffic. They are away from traffic, that's true. Thank you. Okay, now we have one other report on presentations, and General Manager Gruber, are you planning to include Mr. Flores' report in your report, or do you want to bring us up to date now?
No, I can do it separately, Madam President, then I'll go into my report. Or
okay,
I can go through the PowerPoint, whatever the board's decision is, or I can just brief you on it orally. I'd like to
I think the PowerPoint would be good. I know it was prepared, and I knew you were going to present it.
And then let me clarify something. Senator Flores could have made this meeting today, and he was in Sacramento, and he could have driven down, and really I just expressed to him that I appreciate his willingness to attend every one of our meetings, but after talking with you, and I just felt that it wasn't necessary, and I know that some people would like to see him here every meeting. I think he's done an incredible job, and for the most part, being at most of the meetings. However, I think periodically there needs to be some flexibility there, and I think he does a really good job in keeping us up to date on his activities in Sacramento. I know I'm going back up in April for a 2 or 3 day trip up there, which is a continuation of my quarterly visits up there for some of the things that I'll be going over. One of the things that were not included in part of today's presentation, and we posted on our website, is all of the upcoming assembly bills. And I told him, I asked him, I said, please don't make me go over these tonight. There is a plethora of water and wastewater bills that could very well impact Cambria in a positive manner. And so we'll continue to monitor these assembly bills and communicate to the board and the community regarding which ones are going to be beneficial to us. In addition to some of the assembly bills, there's also Senate bills. And there is some 20. As you know, there's a lot of activity right now in Sacramento relating to water and wastewater issues. On the wastewater side, particularly related to reuse. And the state is really heading in a direction of direct reuse for a number of obvious reasons. We're currently in a direct reuse mode right now, or indirect reuse, sorry, I stand corrected, indirect reuse mode. That indirect reuse mode allowed previously for a 6-month travel time. Now we're down to a 60-day travel time. And I think as the drought, although Northern California got a significant amount of rain and precipitation, the long-term forecast for Southern California still looks pretty bleak, especially some of the reservoirs. So there's really a need to necessitate that direct reuse, essentially taking a commodity, a resource, if you will, which is wastewater effluent, and being able to treat it to its highest level right now with the highest levels of technology, and being able to just to put it directly into the distribution system. So I see that coming in the next couple of years, which I think is a very, very promising thing for all communities in California that are struggling with water-related issues. So this is the Sacramento discussions, the water and wastewater overview by the DWR with the general manager in the Cambria Community Services District. Identification of grant funding opportunities for wastewater projects, discussion on improvements to the wastewater treatment plant with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, requirements relating to, that's the total maximum daily load, the TMDL. So if there's any acronyms in there that anybody needs clarification on. Education and strategic communications around the sustainable water facility and technologies. Overview of pertinent legislative information and relevant regulatory reports. Parks and recreation discussion on ongoing matters. As I did indicate, we did meet with Parks, State Parks, their new superintendent up there with President Robinette and myself and the district engineer. And it was a very, very productive meeting. I'm going to have to go to my slide here because, you know, I can't see that. I just don't have as good as eyes I used to.
It's just good to come out with it.
But the water, yeah, just be water bond and drought and government actions. What is the Drinking Water Board funding in Sacramento? What role does water reuse play in part of the solution? And I'm not even going to try to read the third one. I feel like I'm on an eye test or something, but and it talks really about the different amount of water throughout California. Next slide, please. $625 million is proposed for recycled water funding administered by the State Water Resources Control Board, with the remaining $100 million for desalinization administered by the Department of Water Resources. Let me just comment on this, where we are with the Prop 1 right now. Although there was $625 million allocated, when I was in Sacramento meeting with the folks up there, they currently have $1.5 billion in requests sitting in front of them. So the need outweighs the availability of money generated from the Prop 1. The encouraging part about that is the legislators in Sacramento realize that additional funding for water projects, specifically recycled water projects, there's going to be a need for future bonds, future propositions, and so I think that's the encouraging part. The organizations, companies, districts, cities that are being the highest priority for that $625 million are the ones that have a detailed financial plan. In other words, here's what we want to do, here's how we're going to pay for it, and then part of the requirements is that they have the necessary environmental documents in place to be able to go ahead and get that funding. We fall into the second criteria of the Proposition 1, which is the 1.6% interest loan, with the district paying 65% of the necessary monies to fund the project, and then the remaining coming from grants. So we because we're not far enough in the down the project right now, but we're still eligible for a very low interest loan, which is 1.6% interest. So we'll continue to work on that. And the next month I'll be bringing an update on all the goals of the board, so we can go into much more detail about it then. Funding will be used to promote use of treated municipal wastewater to offset and augment state, local freshwater supplies. Historically, wastewater, biggest challenge with wastewater anywhere really has been, where do we dispose of it? It's really never been viewed as a commodity before. It's been viewed really as, you know, what's the best way to dispose of it? And really the best way to dispose of it is to put it directly back into the ground or treat it to its highest level and drink it. And I think we're at a point as a society and as a state that's the direction we're heading. And the board's goal and my goal, and I think the community's goal, should be incorporating our wastewater facility and our sustainable water facility and our groundwater basins into one recycled water facility. That makes the best sense. And so being able to upgrade our wastewater treatment facility at some point in time to make sure that we can allocate that water to be used by the community. In general, the funding will be allocated to the state water boards as 50% loans, $300 million, and 50% grants, $300 million. Now again, this is Proposition 1. This is not Proposition 84 where we got our original money for the sustainable water facility. Next slide. And I think that might be it. Case study grant funding. You have the funding program. You have the funding account, draft guidelines, public workshops, final guidelines, and funding for the projects anticipated in the state fiscal year 2015-2016. Which email list should I sign up for, and the contact numbers. So there's water recycling, there's small community wastewater projects, there's drinking water projects, there's stormwater projects, and there's groundwater sustainability projects. Under this particular grant funding, we're focusing right now on our wastewater treatment plant. And you can see how the money is divided. And if you look at a state the size of California with some 40 million people and 1,100 miles of coastline, it's really a very small amount. And I don't want to minimize the amount of money allocated within the Proposition 1 funding, but $625 million could really just fund one large project, so let's say in Southern California. So the legislators and Senator Flores realizes that, that a great deal more of funding is going to have to be appropriated and through legislative means for us to be able to really address some of the reuse water advantages that are available to us in California. Next slide. Construction financing grant. We have all this on the website, all this information. I can't see it from here, so I'm not even going to try to go over it. Next slide. I think it's the last one. But again, we're working really hard. What we're doing right now is we have a CIP list, a capital improvement list, and we're going through it, and we're really trying to identify what our highest priorities right now are at the wastewater treatment plant. And we're not to the point right now where we need, where we can afford as a community, or we are in the planning stages to build a completely new wastewater treatment plant. The time will come for that, but I think our focus right now is on this budget year is addressing the immediate needs, taking that Corella engineering report that we had, remember that one that identified $6.7 million in grant fund or needs for the plant, really taking a hard look at that. We have our initial application in. We have a project manager assigned to us, and then just really focusing on the funding mechanisms available. What can we afford to do as a community? That's, I think, the first and foremost. And continuing to work with the Wastewater Ad Hoc Improvement Committee, which is Director Rice and Director Berenger. We've met twice already, but there's still a lot of work to do in the area relating to the wastewater treatment plant. What our focus is right now is safety-related items and operational reliability. There's a lot of safety concerns that we're addressing right now. So I hope that I didn't do a good a job as Dean would have. Maybe I can answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Director Rice?
Thank you. First, do we have an optical plan for our medical so we can get you some glasses so you can see?
Well, you know, when I'm walking on Moonstone, I can see whales when nobody else can. So I always
Good
tell the
thing they don't
tourists,
have bumper
do you see the
stickers."
whales? And they say no. And I say, no, they're out there. Can't you see the spouts? But
Okay, now more seriously, do we need to revisit the purpose or purposes or the scope of work that we had in the initial engagement letter with Balanced Public Relations? Because it seems to me we originally had hired them specifically related to Senator Flores to help us with our permitting. and getting through the permitting process, and we're still working through the stuff that has to get done, at least for us. And I believe that part of that fee includes that he was attending meetings to give the reports, and I'm fine with him not coming to meetings, but maybe we need to review, maybe we need to be reviewing that. I also am still completely unclear about, I don't question the value of, and the learning that's gone on at the district, both among board members that have traveled to Sacramento and the staff who've clearly benefited from his expertise. I'm not questioning that at all. But maybe it's time to look at what we do actually need him to do so that we don't keep going sideways and not knowing what stories are being told. I'm sure they're good stories about making the system all one thing, but I'd just like to be very clear that the board is directing what's happening in terms of what the policies are that we want to be selling in Sacramento.
Well, my answer to that would be that the price doesn't change no matter what Senator Flores does for us. And if you look at the original scope of work, you're right. It did entail certain things, but the efforts on his part far exceed that. He's working on multiple fronts for not just for the district, but really for the community. So I would say that we could, but you'll find out that no matter what you put in that agreement, and really I think it's the dollar amount that you're concerned with, no matter what you put in that agreement, he's going to go above and beyond that. I'm amazed, and I've worked with consultants before, I'm amazed at his commitment to this district and this community. He continues to be available literally 24 hours a day and far exceeds any of the expectations that I ever had of him. And I don't think we're all over the place. I think we as a district need to do more. We need to, and we're working with you and Director Berenger, and we really need to home in on two things at the wastewater plant. What are our highest priorities? What need to be done? And what can we afford to do with our current rate structure? If you remember when the rate structure was put into place, on the water side, we allocated enough funds with the revised rate structure to be able to fund $1 million in loans, and I'll talk a little bit more about that and what we're going to do with that money. But the $250,000 that was allocated as part of the rate structure for the wastewater side specifically just was to bring that department back whole and not allow us to take money from the general fund to continue to do that. So we do have $250,000 available on an annual basis to the wastewater treatment plant. And I guess the question that me, you, and Bob and the ad hoc committee need to work on, and I've sent you a series of emails, is that do we really need to focus on system reliability and safety with that $250,000? Or do we want to take a portion of it and use it for a loan to make improvements to the plant? Or do we want to do a combination of both? Those aren't Dean Flores questions. Those are CCSD questions. Those are staff questions and ad hoc committee questions and board questions. So I think we have a little bit of more work to do, and then I think we'll have a little more of a clear direction.
If I may, Madam President, I'd just like to follow on with that. I don't question he goes above and beyond, and I absolutely don't question the value, and I would not like to see the price go up because we're getting such a good value according to what I'm hearing. Here's where the I just lost my complete train of thought. Here's where the issue comes in, though. Above and beyond doesn't necessarily mean good, because if I ask somebody to go and find me a car that I can buy and I give them a price range, well, they might come back with a car that I don't want. And they went above and beyond because it was worth way more than what I actually paid for it. But if I don't want a Range Rover, if I don't want a Lamborghini because I don't want to get a ticket every time I go out on Highway 1, then even though somebody went above and beyond and I got a good deal, I didn't get really what I needed or what I was going for in the first place. And I just don't want us to get distracted too much from what needs to happen. And what I'm hearing is that we're still getting good value, and what he's helping us to do is going to be continuing on this. which is why I asked about revision to the engagement letter, because it didn't talk about funding, it talked about permitting.
Right. And Senator, let me just touch on that. That's a very good question, Director Rice. Dean Flores is working diligently on behalf of the community and the district relating to the regular coastal development permit, and I think that is the primary reason why we hired him. And so that is first and foremost in his duties and responsibilities. It's one of the goals of the board. Second to that, he's worked with us and partnered with us on the availability of some of the low interest loans and has helped us navigate through that process. But again, on that aspect of things, we as an ad hoc committee and as a board and as staff, we need to do a little bit more work before we can really send a complete package up to the state and say, okay, here's what we want to do. And again, it's really based on our available resources, our financial resources, our availability. I would sure love to go out and borrow a bunch of money right now on that $250,000 and commit it and start building a better facility there. But then when the reoccurring maintenance and the things that start breaking down and the safety that has been neglected for so long, and we're doing a really good job on improving those things, is neglected, then we overextend ourselves. So it's just a balance, but you bring up some very good points.
Thank you. Before we leave item 3, unless there are any other comments on the presentation, before we leave item 3, I have a request for public comment. And Ms. Dickinson, you did put 4D, but I think that we're on 3D, and that's what you were interested in. Is that true?
Well, it was going to be the presentation from Mr. Flores, but the general manager did it. I mean, it all got...
Well, yes, that's under 3.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's no problem. I thought it was 3. I thought you meant 3, so please come forward. Thank you.
I apologize. This is difficult for me. I have a daughter from the East Coast and a grandson who are here while I've been coming to speak to you, and I need to get home and see them.
Well, we're happy to have you here while you can stay.
Thank you. While I can appreciate, in all due respect, General Manager, we are paying Mr. Flores almost 3 times what the job that he just got with the Air Resources Board of $41,000 something a year. Yet he can be in Sacramento for that $41,000 a year, while we pay him almost 3 times that to be here once a month. We have yet to have an actual written report. We have these PowerPoints that I can't even read, yet alone the general manager. Sure, I can read it when I look at it on the computer. But I'm going to say that for this community to be paying that kind of money and for the availability of 24 hours a day to Mr. Gruber, to General Manager Gruber, when he can't even be available to us for a 10-minute presentation for almost $10,000 a month. And I honestly have not seen the only thing I've seen Mr. Flores do is actually get the 4.16 million to you a little faster than you would have otherwise. And I'm assuming it's because of the role he played, because it was supposed to take 45 to 60 days, according to the DWR. We got it in about 30 days. Other than that, it's just meetings, what comes out of these meetings. We learn nothing. And there's a lot that could be done by this staff, or hire somebody, a consultant, or as I've said before, we need people that can write for grants. That's how money should be spent in this district. We need the funding. Mr. Flores is not writing grants. What we need is a grant writer. That was one of the reasons I protested, is that's where some of this money should be going. And so to be giving Mr. Flores this rave review when he's hardly ever here. And when he is here, it's a PowerPoint. We need written reports, as we demanded from the Washington, D.C. lobbyist some years ago. We weren't getting anything. We demanded that. We finally were getting written reports. But I think it's a disgrace for him not to show up and for the general manager to be supporting him. We are paying him a lot of money. I don't see the results from $8,500 plus a month. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to agenda review and item 4. And that would be at this time for our any additions or deletions to the consent agenda. Director Rice?
I have a brief comment on 7B, as in boy.
You have a comment on 7B? You don't want to pull it. Okay, but it's just a clarification and brief thing. Okay, so we're not pulling any then on item 7 tonight. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, now we have some request for public comment that addresses anything that is not on the agenda tonight, but is within the jurisdiction of the board. And each speaker does have their 3 minutes. And so we will start then. First up on public comment is Christina Tobin. Welcome, Christina.
Thank you, Gail. For those of you who don't know, I'm the founder of the Free and Equal Elections Foundation, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization whose mission is to broaden electoral choices through education. I feel personally that in order to bring about accountability within our national elections, we need to rise together in our communities throughout the United States and make positive solution-based changes on the local level first. I stand here as an election law expert with over 17 years of experience who has been recently asked to testify in a court of law impacting the Supreme Court of the United States of America in support of improving our election laws throughout the United States of America. I'm also almost a 4-year resident of Cambria. I would like to thank the CSD board for holding this meeting in the evening, 6 p.m. The CSD held a special meeting on March 3rd. Amanda Rice, the editor of the Cambrian, Stephen Provo, myself, and others in the community who attended this meeting, we were under the clear impression it would be on the agenda today to discuss the possibility of future meetings being in the evening. I thank CSD board member Amanda Rice for asking CSD President Gail Robinette, to correct this issue and to add, that is, discussing future meetings to the evening on the agenda today. Unfortunately, Ms. Robinette had a strict deadline of Monday at 6 p.m. to correct this error. Unfortunately, this didn't happen. I'm disappointed, respectfully so, by the CSD General Manager, Mr. Jerry Gruber, quoted in the recent Cambrian article, this one here, as you can see, on March 23rd, saying, and that article states, further discussion of night meetings not on Cambria's CSD March 24th agenda, of which he wrote an email to the Cambrians saying he believes the board intended to conduct a night meeting to gauge responses of interest for future occasional night meetings once we have one night meeting under our belt, further deliberation relating to an occasional night meeting which will be part of the April agenda. I would like to remind fellow Cambrians that Mr. Gruber has been resistant against evening meetings, stating at a previous meeting that he's in bed by 8 p.m. He was also resistant at the special meeting, respectfully so, on March 3rd. So shifting in a positive direction, the owner of 927 Brewery, Aaron and Jennifer Wharton, Christine and Gordon Heinrichs, Janny Myers, Oz and Chris Barron, Bev Prayer, resident of Cambrian, all support, Bev said. I think having meetings in the evening allows many more citizens the opportunity to participate in the governing of our community. Amy Wyatt, many different supporters are here today supporting our future meetings to be in the evening. And I thank you so much for your time. Anybody today, if you raise your hand, your support of evening meetings, please raise your hand. And there are more that are not here today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate your enthusiasm. So let's move then to the next public comment on 5, and that is Tina Dickinson.
Thank you, President Robinette. On this item, At the February 18th meeting, as Christina said, she brought up the topic of possible consideration by the board for evening meetings. She has also mentioned that, I think in previous meetings that has been brought up. A special meeting, as she said, was held on March 3rd. I was in attendance there. The board voted at that meeting 5-0 to hold an evening meeting for tonight. I would note here that Director Greg Sanders was unable to attend the regularly scheduled 12:30 meeting, as I learned later of a presentation he gave today at the Jocelyn Center. Maybe it was a matter of convenience, I don't know. It was believed that the item would be on the agenda tonight, but that apparently did not materialize. I asked at the special meeting what criteria the board would be considering to hold evening meetings, but President Robinette said that would be discussed in this tonight's regular meeting. When Christina first brought the topic up about 3 months ago, the general manager made a comment that I'm in bed by 8 p.m., quote unquote. This is not an item the GM or staff has the right to make a decision on, but rather the board. This is policy set by board. I presented to the board and the GM at the special meeting, as well as the editor of the Cambrian, Steve Provo, an accounting of government agencies within SLO County, and with the exception of Napomo, Cambria is the only body to hold their board meetings during the day. I noted to the board also that the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors do meet at 9 o'clock in the morning, as their meetings are generally scheduled for a full day. In my opinion, CCSD should give consideration to those members of our community who are unable to attend the 12:30 meeting because of working schedules and obligations. I do believe the board should give all members of the community an option whether they would like to take part in the governing of their community, the governing board. I counted how many people are here tonight, with the exception of those who left for presentations, and I counted 34. And I've taken pictures. NCAC meets at 6:30, the third Wednesday of every month. They are getting more people attending at that meeting than we have been getting at CCSD meetings. So I think 34 is a pretty good number. It is getting late, and I would love to have spoken on other items tonight, but I want to see my 8.5-year-old grandson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I like the applause, but I will ask for each person that does have public comment that you do that, because I want everyone to feel welcome and comfortable when they are wanting to also share their opinion under public comment. Next public comment then is Amy Wyatt. Amy Wyatt. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name's Amy Wyatt. I'm newly returned to town running my longtime family business, the Bridge Street Inn. I'd like to let everyone know the Bridge Street Inn has been dedicated to water sustainability for a long time. It's been hard for us to save water as we have a lot of systems in place, but I haven't found a new way. When our pilot light went out on Sunday, we had a full house for 2 nights, and I found a way to save even more water with cold showers. I thought we could use a little lightness here. I want to thank all of you. I know how much work you do that actually isn't seen. I've spent the last 7 years as a public servant working in community and government relations, more recently for the city of Santa Monica. And as part of my job for community meetings, really we find, I know that there's no set time that works for everyone for public meetings. In public transit and city relations in Santa Monica, we've tried to do community meetings both day and evening sometimes to give variation for community members to participate in important meetings like this so we can stay educated and help continue effective dialogue. So I would like to advocate for the consideration in the future of at least some type of varied meeting schedule so more people can participate. Sometimes it's better in the day and sometimes the evening. And I want to thank all of you. I go to bed rather early too, and in fact, evenings aren't the best for me all the time. So some things work better for different people. And the more different people we can get here, the better for effective dialogue and understanding. So thanks again, and I hope to see some opportunities for different times in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. And next on this item, we have Jay Josh Olizjak. Welcome.
That's close enough for Olacek. Josh Olacek. I'm District 2 appointee to the BAC for the county. We advise Public Works on active transportation, and we're doing our update. Right here is one of our former plans, and every year now we do or every 5 years I should say, we do a update. And this is for funding. And as you can see, Cambria, as far as the county is concerned, is a relatively simple bikeways plan. Though this year we were asked for signage, I believe it was on Arneth Way. And that would be just merely signs saying bikeway. And what you may want to do, though, is look at our website at County Public Works, and we will describe the plan, and also we'll have what we have now is a draft plan ready for public review. So I encourage the citizens of Cambria and the board to look at this plan. As you know, we have a funding change. As you've probably heard, the federal government has put all of our active transportation funds in one pot. So we also have to, on top of that, compete against other counties that are also rural. The lion's share of this funding is going to urban areas, which is no surprise probably to you folks. So if you have any questions, I'm here to take any. And please take a look at our website. It's Public Works at the county's website page. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not an interactive on the public comment, sure, but we know who to talk with, so thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Public comment. Okay, no more requests on public comment under item 5, and we will now move to item 6, and we will start then with the General Manager's report.
Thank you, Madam
General Manager
President
Gruber.
and board members. Just a few things. We recruited for our wastewater supervisor position, and we have a very good candidate that we've extended an offer to, and we anticipate him starting on April 11th. We are in the process of recruiting for our fire chief. As we had indicated publicly, that is an internal recruitment, and we'll be closing that here in the next, I guess, week or so. And so we'll keep the board and the community apprised of that. I don't know if everybody has seen this. I'm pretty proud of it. We were in the Aqua magazine this week, Association of California Water Agencies. It says, meet Aqua's president, Teagues in the field. Aqua President Kathleen Teagues this year launched a Meet the President initiative in which she is traveling throughout the state during her 2-year term as to meet many of the Aqua members as possible on their home turf. She plans to meet with members through a combination of small group meetings, agency visits, and regional events. As part of that effort, Teagues toured the Cambria Community Services Sustainable Water Facility on March 10th. And we had Bob and Justin and President Robinette, myself, and Tom Gray. So if anybody wants a copy of this, it's out there, and we can provide it to you. We've got our preliminary permit for grading and drainage, and I want to clarify it's just for grading and drainage and the swells for the East Ranch Park. As you know, we've been, that's one of the goals of the board, And we're be starting that process, but we're going to keep the community informed. It has to go out to bid. We have to award the contracts. There are certain environmental requirements as part of the conditions of approval for the permit from the county, and we're going to make sure we abide by all of those. We're starting the budget process early. We've started the budget process early with our department managers, and we'll be bringing the draft budget to the board in April for the 2016-2017 board budget a month earlier than we usually do. So historically, the board gets to look at the draft budget in May, and then we bring it to the board for approval in June. They'll have 2 looks at it, and we're working with the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, which is President Robinette and Vice President Thompson. So we'll bring a draft, solicit board input and community input in April, and we'll do it again in May, and then we'll adopt the budget hopefully in June. Well, we're going to have to adopt the budget in June. So the website, stay tuned. We're looking to make some significant improvements. I've heard through my tenure here that it's difficult to navigate through, and so we're going to be making some improvements to that. And so I'll be bringing some examples of that next month or so. The Fiscalini tank, I touched on earlier about the rates that you approved, and it's later on in the agenda, some resolutions relating to a low-interest loan for the Fiscalini tank. We had the bid packets go out. You know, William Bellis and Associates they did all the bid docs. They're handling all the construction management aspect of the Fiscalini tank. The Fiscalini tank is our highest tank. It sits up top of the world up there, and I've showed pictures of it to the board and to the community, and it's in really need of replacement. The bid came back in. The bids ranged considerably. The engineering estimates cost on that were somewhere around $800,000, and it came in at about $1.50 a gallon. The low bid, and we'll be bringing this back to the board in April for approval of the contract, which is different than the documents they'll be approving tonight for the resolutions. It came in at $482,900, which is really, really good. So we'll get the Fiscalini tank going late spring, early summer, after the ground dries out, but it's already dried, and we'll get that replaced. And so those are some of the things that we continue to do for the community. I've included, we have copies of the CERT newsletter. I don't know if everybody's got the CERT newsletter, but again, a great newsletter that was put out. I was notified by Ron Alsop yesterday, who is the county OES director, Office of Emergency Services, that the Board of Supervisors did approve our grant funding for our local hazard mitigation plan. I've been playing phone tag with the folks at the county, and so he'll be sending us 3 names of reputable consultants that do the local hazard mitigation plan, and I anticipate bringing that also back to the board. The storm we had, the last storm we had, I commented here in my general manager's report that everybody did exceptionally well, and this is not something that was just coincidence. We planned for it in advance. I want to thank Bob for getting all that debris moved out of the San Simeon well field. At one point in time on that last storm we had, we measured higher up in the tributary in the San Simeon well about a 14-foot level of water in the creek, so it would have inundated the San Simeon well field. Wastewater plant did really, really well. As I indicated in my report, we did some operational changes down there that allowed them to handle 1 million gallons a day. It's a 1 million gallon a day plant. If you remember historically, when we got heavy rains in this district, we had problems with sanitary sewer overflows. We haven't had a sanitary sewer overflow in quite some time. And so again, that's all related to the proactive approach we're taking in maintenance and improving our facilities. We're going to continue to do that. I'd like to thank everybody in the community for our successful Prop 218. We recounted those ballots, those protest ballots, and it was determined that 24.7 of them, or 24.7%, were valid. The ones that weren't valid were duplications. Those were things that just weren't. So when we talked at the board meeting, we said, you know, that this amount was counted. We went back and for accuracy reasons, we wanted to make sure that we had good historical information on that. So the process was well over 100 days, and not the 45 days. So with 24.7% of the community protesting, meaning 74.3% of the community supported on an extended 218 process, the rate adjustments that we made. We're going to continue to monitor the water use and report as soon as these readings are taken at the end of this month, beginning of next month, on an uptick on possibly more water usage. One of the things that we're going to get our arms around, and we're going to start working on it, is we've talked about financial software, billing software. We have multiple operating platforms right now, so we're going to be looking at other districts. We've actually started looking at other districts, Templeton, and figure out ways that we can consolidate. What I envision is our financial software, our billing software, our accounts payable software, our accounts receivable, our parcel management, our CIS, our purchase order software, our maintenance software, our HR software, all of it being able to operate under one platform, and so everybody can talk to each other. When a purchase order is issued at a department, it shouldn't be hand carried up to the office and processed. It should be automatically encumbered into our financial software, and that's taken care of. So we're going to work on that, and we're going to continue to move the district forward. All of the other managers' reports, the water report, the wastewater report, the facilities and resources report, the administrative services officer / city clerk, district clerk / all the other things she does, district engineer, facility and resource, and finance managers' reports are all included in this. One thing that I would really like to say is there is a lot of good things going on right now. Not just reporting in my general manager's report, but there's a lot of positive, good things going on within the community right now, and really the CCSD is the community. And if you look at the front of the agenda packet today, I wanted to clarify something. You're going to see a saying that says, "Great people doing great things for a great community." The CCSD is not just the great people. It's not just the great staff. It's everybody in the community. We have over 45 civic groups and organizations that are really all working together collaboratively. And you'll see on here that really we're trying to identify ourselves better for you on who we are and who is the CCSD. We're administrations, or facilities and resources. We're fire. We have our own fire department. We have our own wastewater department. We have our own parks, recreation, and open space. We have a 500-acre ranch. And we have water. So if you look at those functions and those departments and those activities, we're a lot like a city, even though we're a special district. And the only difference is, we really don't have land use authority. If you look at the other special districts throughout San Luis Obispo County, and really in a broader range, there really isn't any one that covers as much as we do. And we also handle the contract with garbage, recycled and things like that, solid waste. So we're a full-service organization with a good group of staff members, but really the great people are you. And we're doing great things, and this is a great community. So with that, I'll answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. And before we go to board questions, we also have requests for public comment. And prior to that one, I also want to go back to one that was not one to speak on item 5, but did want to have written comments submitted for the record. And that was from, is Marcela Ponce here still? Okay, I just wanted to make it public that she also had left a public comment on item 5, so that will go into the record. Now, moving on to that excellent report on item 6, we have public comment from Jerry McKinnon.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jerry McKinnon, Cambria, California. General Manager, the Fiscalini water tank. Did you say the cost of replacement was $485,000?
Go ahead.
Yes, there was a range of bids received, the highest being 887. The lowest responsible bid that was received with all the necessary documentations, and Jerry, I know you're going to tell me how much it cost to build that thing, was $482,900.
Okay, well, I heard 485, all right? And the engineering cost on it was $100,000?
No, the engineering cost was considerably higher than that. The engineering cost, and Bob, correct me if I'm wrong.
It was about 110.
110 more?
110,000.
To do it?
110?
Yes.
Okay, 110. And override costs usually figure 10%, which is another $4,850. And that brings it to $589,950. Good coffee. Now, I'm curious whether that price includes the removal of the old tank.
Yes, it does.
It does include that. Thank
Yes,
you.
it
That's, I guess I could ask that question in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay, on item 6, we have no other requests then for public comment. But we do then, let's move to any comment or questions from the board. Starting on the left? No, and moving back over on the right, Vice President Thompson.
Just a couple. Firstly, I want to commend your whole department for the job well done on the during the recent storms. Things could have been a whole heck of a lot worse if you hadn't been mobilized and ready to go, and that includes fire department personnel and the wastewater and the water departments. I think everyone really turned to and did a great job in preparing for that that problem or potential problem. A couple other questions, points. I received an inquiry from someone about the capacity of the Fiscalini tank as compared to the current tank.
It's identical, and the reason we did that is it's just it really makes everything a lot more simpler when you're in a replacement mode with the existing size tank, and it's exactly the same tank on the same footprint, same height, same everything.
And what might that be?
300 and, I was going to say 330, but Bob says 320, so 320,000. And I believe the district engineer.
Okay. One other point, actually two others. On the issue of the fire department activity in May, and I had it here, was it May 5th, Chief, when we're going to have the, right, May 5th, we'll have the training exercise for the entire county, and it will include a whole bunch of fire engines and so forth. It might be a good idea if we could get some information in the papers before that time so we don't unduly concern folks thinking that we're having some major problems in town. Great, thank you.
That's a very good idea, Vice President Thompson. We'll do that.
And then one final question, where the career day at the middle school. And perhaps, Chief, you could maybe share with us what kind of information will be provided to the students, what will be the nature of the program? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vice President Thompson. I brought Emily up here to warm up for her next act, so she'll be answering that question.
Hi,
Captain
good evening,
Piranha,
everyone. The
welcome.
school, they called and they asked that we provide information to the students, specifically to not just fire service, but public service in general. So we're going to bring our personnel on and just talk to them about the education involved and what you need to do if you're interested in a career with the fire service, EMS, police, any aspect of public service, not just the fire service. So we look forward to that. It's always a fun day to go to the young kids, and we usually see a few of them with their applications in our next recruitments. So that's the type of stuff we provide for them.
Thank you.
Actually, that takes me to one other question. For instance, Los Angeles, they have like a Junior Explorer program. Is there any such program in Cambria for young people to be involved with the department?
We do not at this time, and it's something I've spoken with Chief about, and I think it's something we do need to relook at or reapproach. We have had it in the past as certification processes and education requirements have gone up. I think now that we have especially 4.0 on the engine, we can lower the requirements for those augmenting our staff, especially young guys right out of high school, young guys and gals, people right out of high school and in entering their fire service careers that we can use to augment our staff, especially on big storm events, fires. And they live here in town, and I know people here that work for CCSD that are like, I want to go to the fire academy, and I'm like, go to the fire academy, but they could be on board right now, you know, if we just lowered the requirements a little bit. It's something we can definitely explore and hopefully get on task with. So that's a decision for the chief to make, but a good idea for sure.
Good. Thank you. Did you want to comment too?
Just going to say yes, very good idea. Just very labor intensive once you get going down that path, and once we get through some of the hurdles that we have now, definitely we can look at that in the future.
Okay. Thank you both very much.
And Madam President, I would just like to comment on Director Thompson's, the morning following the storm, I went up to the fire department, and they had responded to over, I think, 17 calls, as I indicate in my staff report, and did just a fantastic job. And 5 trees had fallen on houses. You know, as I said here, we're blessed that nobody got hurt, but you know, literally without sleep for 24 hours, and they just did a fantastic job. And so I just want to thank them for that, because they don't get to go home and go to sleep at 8 o'clock. They have to stay up all the time in events like that, and it was very, very tasking on them, I could see, but they rose to the occasion. I want to thank them for that.
I think we take a We take a lot of pride in our fire department and in our partnership with CAL FIRE, and I think our community benefits from both agencies, and we appreciate that. Okay, let's move then on continuing with item 6, ad hoc committee reports, other related board member reports. And so do we have some sharing from the board on what we've been up to? And Director Behringer?
I think that Mr. Gruber mentioned our ad hoc couple of meetings about the sewer plant, and I think he covered that. I did attend the NCAC meeting, correcting the fact that we, in fact, do provide water to the high school. And the general manager did have a meeting with the high school superintendent to discuss, you know, their issues about taste and so on and so forth. I think it was quite productive. And also a citizen, or actually one of the board members at the NCAC, called the CCSD when a tree had fallen, and the operative technique, I understand, is to call 911. So if a tree falls, even though some of our people might be responding, 911 is the number you call if it's closing a road or something, and then the 911 people can do triage on it. So trees, if they fall, 911.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on activities? Well, I have some to share then. I usually don't share mine, but I got to thinking about it, and it's been a very busy time as usual. In my activities since our last board meeting, though, already General Manager Gruber had mentioned we did meet with the new state parks superintendent for our area, Dan Fallett and Doug Baker. I thought it was a very productive meeting. We spent most of our time talking about the sustainable water facility, which is of course right next to the campground that is part of the state parks. We've also had fire ad hoc committee meeting and an update on transition and looking at where we're going in the future. That was a very productive meeting. We continue to have ongoing with our environmental impact review and regular permit work in conference with our consultants on the regular permit, and that's also with Director Sanders. And on the fire focus meeting, I attend, or it may be sometimes Vice President Thompson that attends, but he mentioned that we did get the, from the Board of Supervisors, County Board of Supervisors, we did get the final step on receiving our local hazardous mitigation plan. That actually is a huge thing, and that has been in process now for many months, and I also represent us when we go to the fire focus meetings, and that has been a really hopeful and important aspect of keeping our community safe, working with FEMA, and it takes that connection. We are mentioned in the county local local hazardous mitigation plan, but we need our own community plan. So we have now moved forward to the point where we will have some funding for that and support, and so then we will move toward working with an application now to take the next step. So that is very, very good news for our community. And let's see, what else have I been up to? Well, the chamber mixer, which is always a nice place to be. Our partners in the business community. It's a nice time to catch up with how things are going with our local businesses. And I did also attend the meeting with General Manager Gruber, and we did take President Kathy Teague on a tour of the plant, and she was very much interested in it. She's been working in water in a supervisory role for water in a district in Southern California, I guess, most of her career, and she was very knowledgeable and very complimentary to what we've done here with that plant. So that's an update on my activities. And no others then on item 6. So yes, it's time for a break. Yes, okay, that wasn't rehearsed, but this is about 2 hours into our meeting, and everyone's being wonderful, and but I think they'll feel happier if everyone could have a little break. So we will take a break for, probably the next 5 to 10 minutes, okay, and then we'll be back. Thank you. Okay, we are now on item 7, consent agenda. Everyone's back, I think.
Madam President?
Okay, there, all right. There's your glasses. Okay, very good. Okay, on item 7 on the consent agenda, this will be an item that is voted all together, but we did have a question for clarification on one of the items from Director Rice.
Yeah, on the minutes, two very brief things. There was, I actually looked at Robert's Rules of Order because we did have a fairly extensive theoretical discussion about an agenda item relating to evening meetings, and eventually the motion was withdrawn. And I think that in Robert's Rules of Order, any withdrawn motion isn't recorded. But I do kind of think that it is to have that in the agenda, and I think that would be at the president's discretion. The other thing is shouldn't we have minutes from the other meeting that we had to declare this meeting at 6 p.m.? The March, was it 3rd? Shouldn't we have minutes from that meeting?
Do we have some clarification on
Maybe we can have them in April. I
questions?
just didn't know if we had any.
Yes, we'll have minutes, but I usually bring the minutes from the month to the
Oh, I
next
see,
month.
to the next month. Okay, thank you very much for the clarification.
Okay, and Director Behringer?
With that, Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
And do I have a second to that? It's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. I'll have a roll call vote.
Director Behringer?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Okay, motion approved, 5-0. On item 8, we have no hearings or appeals tonight, and so we are ready to move into the regular business, item 9. And we have quite a few people here that are involved with some of these presentations. We have our audit report, and that is last. I'm going to go ahead and follow in the order that we have the items, and so we will start then with item A. And so if you would introduce that, please, General Manager Gruber.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Item 9A is discussion and consideration of ratification and approval of submittal of applications for grants for the CCSD Fire Department. If you recall, the board indicated that they would like to see items come to them before they're approved for grants, with the caveat that if there was a very narrow timeline, that I could go ahead and authorize an individual department to go ahead and move forward with the process. And when Emily came to me with these grants and said, oh, I'd like to apply for them, I said, absolutely. Few things I just want to let the fire department know. I really appreciate the communication we have right now, that they want to apply for a grant, then they come to me, and not that I have the final say or anything like that, but it just improves communications, because we want to be here to support them and any other department that wants to apply for a grant. And so we were going to bring this last month, but we worked with the fire department, and we included that the cost it would have to the CCSD. Now, the second item I want to bring up is when you're awarded a grant, that's when the work really starts, because there is a constant request for audits and for information. And that's what we're experiencing with the SAFER grant right now. One of the resources we have is a past annuitant, a person that used to work for us, and our ex-finance manager. And for an example, in the SAFER grant, and Eric will chuckle about this, we got an email that said, I need these 27 detailed things, and we need it by, oh, by the way, 4 o'clock tomorrow, that type of thing. If we're going to apply for those grants, we also need to be able to have the resources to respond to them in a timely manner. And so just want to thank the fire department, want to thank Emily for she's our grant writer now, and would encourage the other departments to apply for grants. And then she's here just to give us an update, and we're going to go ahead and hopefully move forward with this process. So Emily, with that, I'll let you brief the board and the community.
Welcome, Captain Torolano.
Thank you, Madam President, board, staff, community. So yes, as Jerry said, there is an increase in communication between myself and the fire department and writing these grants. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to do it. I learned from a former captain, Captain Gallagher, how to write grants. I assisted him on many grants, and it's something I felt passionate about, and I am very grateful to have the opportunity to give back to my community. I feel like I'm doing good, and at no cost. I don't charge you guys anything. And if any other departments would like my help, I'm happy to help them with writing grants as well. So I'm still in the learning process, so bear with me. There's 3 grants we're talking about tonight through AFG, the Assistant Firefighter Grants through FEMA. The first one was for our fire apparatus, and that is to replace our 1988 open cab FMC fire engine. It's for a Type 1 engine, and that was for the cost of $626,000, $170. That engine for the CCSD share would cost us $31,309. And then the amount I was requesting was $596,353,000. So that's the first grant that we've already submitted. As Jerry said, I requested his permission because time was of the essence, and we were in the process of developing the new protocol for grant writing. The second grant was for PPE, that's personal protective equipment for firefighters. The NFPA, they have a standard where you replace or retire your personal protective equipment after 10 years. Our turnouts, many of them have exceeded their 10-year capacity, and some of them will be coming up in most of them will be coming up in their 10-year capacity next year. So I've written a grant for 25 sets. That's all of our personnel to have structural turnouts, wildland turnouts. That includes helmets, gloves, pants, coats for structure, wildland, and then also the fire shelters for wildland. That's a grant in the amount of $61,250. The CCSD share of 5% would be $2,916 for that grant. Those 2, like I said, have already been submitted, and we should find out about those grants. They're going to start awarding them. I found out just a couple days ago they're going to start awarding those grants hopefully next week. So we should hear very quickly. The feds, they usually make a long, drawn-out process of awarding grants. So they'll award like 10 departments each week and draw it out over 7-8 months. This year, I just found out they're going to award these grants much quicker this year because they want to start the process for next year's AFG grants. So with that being said, I'm going to be coming to you very quickly saying I want to apply for this grant, and this grant if we don't get these grants again. So yeah, so hopefully we'll know very quickly about the fire engine and the PPE grants that I've already submitted. There's a third grant that has not been submitted yet. This one should open up any day now. I'm just waiting for it to open so I can submit the grant. This is for fire prevention and public education program. This would fund a comprehensive public education and prevention program, which is much needed here. Number 1, for staff hours. It would also include 40 commercial pre-plans, which basically would give the fire department a very detailed map, per se, of a business, and that would pay for 40 of those to be pre-planned and detailed. We'd have them in the engine. It would also allow for 1,000 smoke detectors. You know, we have a lot of the community, they call us on a day-to-day basis and say we need our smoke detectors changed or installed or batteries changed. So we do that all the time. So it would give us 1,000 smoke detectors and batteries. It would also give us carbon monoxide detectors and batteries. And it would also give us the printing costs for advertising, brochures. We'd like to go out and do site safety plans, whether it's the outside of a residence, including the urban interface and vegetation around a home, or the inside of a home for elderly residents or special needs residents, whatever it may be, or just fire hazards inside the home, whether they have kids or whatever their needs may be. We can come in on their invitation and say, hey, you might want to think about this, this, and this, and give them ideas to make them safer in their neighborhoods and homes. Also, this would include the personnel costs. The grants includes the personnel costs. I'm learning as I go, so personnel costs, overtime costs, all of that is included in this grant. It shouldn't cost the CCSD any money to go out and do these site safety inspections. And then finally, it has an animated truck robot, which is really cool. This robot, it's a pretty good sized robot. We can use it for Pine Dorado parades, other school events, pub ed events, even at the CCSD board meetings if you like. He could wheel around and talk and squirt water at you and do that sort of thing and just spread the word about fire safety and fire awareness. So those are the 3 grants I'm working on now. There will be more to come. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity. And if you have any questions, just let me know.
Thank you very much, Captain Torlano. You make all those grants sound just great and really fun, particularly the one with the robots.
Yes,
so
they
we'll
are.
be keeping our fingers crossed on the first 2, and we'll be hopeful about the third one, too.
Okay.
Do we have, yes, Vice President Thompson?
Just to comment on the fire engine, please let us know as soon as possible as to whether or not we get this grant, because one of the objectives, I think, of the board is to seek alternative funding if that doesn't work out. That we definitely need to replace that engine, and so if we have to go to Plan B, then we'll want to proceed with that as soon as possible. So please let us know.
Yes, understood. They are basically announcing the grants on Thursdays, and I check it pretty much every day, and I checked it today, and there's nothing there yet. So I promise I will be diligent in
And
that.
thank you again for all your hard work.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Madam President, I have one
yes.
question to ask, and I'm not sure if you know the answer, Emily, but if we do get the grant, well, I thought it was later. You've answered my own question, really. I thought if we did get the grant, could we self-fund ourselves back if we were to go ahead and move forward with the fire engine ourselves and purchase it? But in other words, if we were to go ahead and, say if this grant didn't work out and we applied for another grant for a fire engine, but at that point in time, we realized that we need to take some action, as Michael, Director Thompson indicated, Plan B. Would we be able to take that grant fund and self-fund ourselves back for the cost of the fire engine? Is I guess what I'm asking. I don't know if I'm.
I would hesitate on taking action on anything for this specific engine until for a month or 2 until we know we have not been awarded the grant. At that time, I can then apply to replace, because basically you have a 10-year. You are able to apply for grants once the engine reaches a life capacity of 10 years. So our second out will then be 10 years old, and I can apply to replace that one at that time. So give us a month or 2 to make sure we don't have the funding for this grant, because we could be, shooting ourselves in the foot, so to say.
And normally expenditures under a grant program have to be within the contract period. So the question of whether or not they would reimburse for something procured before the start of the grant would be questionable.
Right.
Okay. Yes, Director Bariner.
I just want to thank her for her energy and moving forward. And I think the intent of the board, as the general manager said, was just to make sure that we looked at all the costs that might be involved in getting a grant. You don't want to get a grant and actually lose money. But I think that, put those grants out. And if there's no other comment, I move that we ratify and approve the submittal of applications for grants for the CCSD Fire Department.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I will let you know we didn't have requests for public comment, so we can move to that point. So we're in a good place.
Thank you.
So it's been, well, thank you. Just, don't you want to watch us vote? Thank you so much. We appreciate that. So it has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion before we call for the roll call? Okay, hearing none. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Director Berenger?
Yes.
Director Rice?
Yes.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much, Captain Torlano. Okay, let's move then to next under 9, item item 9B. And this is quite a bit more of a description than usual.
It's a staff report in itself.
Yes, it does look like a staff report. But anyway, we are going to be talking about discussion with Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo and adoption of an MOU. And then we're going to talk about a citizens committee. So this one is quite a bit. So, and we do have a request for public comment, but let's have you do an introduction first, General Manager Gruber.
Thank you, Madam President. 9B is discussion and consideration regarding reactivation of the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County Lot Retirement Program, adoption of memorandum of understanding with SCSLO Cambria and Lodge Hill Transfer, adoption of resolution 08-2016 authorizing acceptance of lots, and the appointment of a citizens committee to review funding options for lot acquisition for the build-out reduction program. Madam President, we have Daniel Bowman, the Executive Director of the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo, but I am going to turn it over to District Counsel Tim Carmel because, as you indicated, it's a pretty extensive staff report, and I think Tim can do a pretty good job of explaining it. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Madam President, members of the board. It's a very important item with a very long title with multiple components to it. So the district has had a long and fruitful relationship excuse me, with the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County for decades, since the mid-'80s actually. One of the components of that program is their lot retirement program. Through that program, they acquire lots, transfer them to the district. They're encumbered by conservation easements, which effectively retire their development rights, and they're held and maintained by the district and essentially eliminated from development, which is an important component of the program. And we've done this, I think, 4 different times, starting in 2002. I believe about 162 lots have been retired through that program. So in 2012, there were 52 lots offered to be transferred to the district. And at that time, the Citizens Committee had recommended that we not accept those lots because we did not have funding available to maintain them. And there is funding necessary to maintain these lots. So that issue is now back in front of you, and they've re-offered those lots. They've also offered some money to help us maintain those lots. And that's one of the components of the information in front of you. In addition to that, we're recommending that we accelerate the build-out reduction program. The build-out reduction program was a mitigation measure that arose from the Water Master Plan's EIR that was certified in 2008. It's an ongoing program that has many different components to it. One is the lot transfer program, lot merger program, voluntary lot merger program, required mergers when people transfer positions. We really try to get lots retired whenever we possibly can. I think we've retired 623 lots through the merger program, 162 through the lot retirement program. So we've made considerable headway in retiring lots. And the purpose of the BRP is essentially to retire lots so we have a better balance between the resources and services that we provide and growth and development. It also happens to be a requirement of the North Coast Area Plan. One of those area plan standards requires that we make meaningful progress in the build-out reduction program, which we have and which will accelerate in this point in time. So you have before you an MOU between the Land Conservancy and the district, which actually transfers those lots to the district. And then you have a resolution that authorizes the general manager to accept those lots and then to execute conservation easements to eliminate them from development potential. Those are the components before you. We're also recommending that you create a citizens committee to look at funding options. Again, one of the missing components and one of the most important components of this program is funding. It's hard to find funding. So we're hoping that you'll appoint a committee that can look very closely at the options and opportunities for funding in conjunction with the Land Conservancy. So those are the items that you have before you tonight. Each one of them, I think, should be fleshed out a little bit more. I will say that Director Sanders is truly an expert in this area and probably is more deft at answering questions with relation to this issue than I am. He was there when the Water Master, he helped draft the Water Master Plan and certainly has great knowledge of this issue. So with that, I'll turn it back to the board, and I'm sure there will be questions. Again, Daniel Bowman's here. He's the Conservation Director for the Land Conservancy. He also is an expert in this area, particularly in the Transfer Development Credit Program. There's many components that the Land Conservancy can bring to us to help us with the build-out reduction program and with retiring lots. So with that, I'll turn it back to you and be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I think almost for logistics, because there is quite a few features to this particular one item. I think that we do have requests for public comment, and we do have Mr. Bowman here. Where did he go? I just saw him. Oh, there he is. Hi. We'll want to hear from him too, and then we do, of course, look to a motion on this. But then I think that appointing the Citizens Committee is outside the motion. Is that correct? We'll make the appointment following that of citizens?
Well, it'll require a motion, but I think you'll be addressing each one of these separately. You're going to address the MOU, the resolution, and the Citizens Committee separately. At least I'd recommend you do that.
That's what I'm seeing here. So that's why I think it's more of a multiple step process on this particular one. Okay, so we're actually then going to start. I'd like to hear from public comment, I think, first at this time on 9B. And so I'd like to start with Crosby Swartz.
Okay, do I have to? Okay, no, it's working. Madam President, members of the board and staff, I'm Crosby Swartz, Cambria resident and on the Forest Committee board. Here, of course, to voice my support for passing the resolution to accept the lots. When these lots were presented before, there was concern about the maintenance costs. I'd like to just do a quick comment on that. We did go around at the time these lots were first offered and looked at each lot to get a rough idea of what kind of maintenance would be required, and didn't see anything terrible. Most expensive items would be if there's a dead tree that has to be removed. We all know how much that costs. Other than that, some of these lots have grass, which will require the annual string trimming, but not all the lots. And then some lots basically require no maintenance cost at all. So that's the cost side. It's fairly low. The benefit side, obviously, you get some no-cost lots provided to the district to meet your lot retirement requirements. You get some more open space and forest areas. Both the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo and I believe the State Coastal Conservancy have offered to provide assistance for the lot maintenance, which will help defray it. And I'd also like to make a comment, and you've probably seen this letter. It was presented from the State Coastal Conservancy at the time these lots were offered before, summarizing some of the programs they've been involved with in the Cambria area. Over a period of about 30 years, they've authorized around $15 million in grant funding for various projects in the community, including lot retirement program, the acquisition of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. They contributed to the ranch management plan, construction of the Bluff Trail. And they also provided funds for the design, permitting, and construction of the new bridge on the Santa Rosa Creek Road, the Ferris-Cheney Bridge. And so they've been involved in many projects that are of benefit to the community, and we certainly want to maintain a cooperative relationship with them. And so I think you'd like to take that into consideration when you consider this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on public comment, we have Laura Schwartz.
Yes, board and staff.
It's late, so I'm basically going to read this. My husband and I didn't realize we have similar ideas, but we wrote them totally separate, so I guess we concur on this. So let me just read this quickly, if it's okay. I'm Laura Swartz, Cambrian homeowner, and I would like to thank you for considering Resolution 08216, reactivating the Lodge Hill Restoration Program. That's how it was known since 1984, was the Lodge Hill Restoration Program. And this has been a highly successful program, and it saves habitats, forests, areas of beauty, and also future demand on our water and sewer infrastructure. And that's been going on since 1984, so it's cutting down expenses. It has been funded by the State Coastal Conservancy and by the TDC programs, which monies from that would help fund it. And it's been managed by SLO Conservancy. And just basically, the California Coastal Conservancy has been a great ally to Cambria. I won't go into all the details my husband did, but it does come up to at least $15 million. I mean, that's a lot of money, so we want to keep them as an ally. The Bluff Trail and all the things he mentioned. And then the SLO Conservancy, it had its roots, and pardon the pun, right here in Fern Canyon back in 1984. That's where they established themselves. And now they have been they've turned themselves into a world-class accredited conservation group. So I think we want to work with them too as we go forward. So we're working with some really good people. And so what I'm asking, as Cambrians, let us do our part in this partnership. So CCS board, please restore the program.
Thank you very much. That is all the public comment on 9B, because of course, Mr. Bowman, you're part of the program. So we would like to welcome you here now today too, and thank you for being with us.
Sure, you bet. So Daniel Bowman, I'm the Conservation Director at the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County, and I'm the principal contact or agent within the San Luis Obispo Land Conservancy for the TDC program and for the lot retirement program. I'm really here to serve as a sort of information source for you all. I don't know if you necessarily need me to do a protracted history or look back at this entire program, but I'm more than happy to fill in any details as they come up. I would just thank the Schwartzes for their kind words about our organization and really reiterate some of the things that they said, that the Conservancy really did find its roots here 32 years ago in Cambria with the lot retirement program, working in close concert with the County of San Luis Obispo and the State Coastal Conservancy. And I think that we would love to continue that relationship moving forward and really see good progress as we go forward on continuing to retire these lots in Cambria. It's been a wildly successful program by national standards, the TDC program. TDC programs as a whole are somewhat controversial. They've not always been successful, but the program in Cambria is actually nationally recognized as being one of the most successful, if not the most successful example of a TDC program. That's something I think we should all be proud of. Just quickly about the Memorandum of Understanding for additional funding. The Conservancy itself, the Land Conservancy, is an agent for this program. We are not the underwriters. It's, of course, a county program that is underwritten by the State Coastal Conservancy. We have proffered the MOU and the arrangement therein for additional funding with the blessing of the State Coastal Conservancy. So just know that any conversation we have with that or any additional requests that you might make about that agreement, I'm not at liberty to make any decisions about that here tonight. I'd have to go back to the state for that. The state has given their blessing for the MOU that you see before you tonight. So I might just leave it there if that's okay, but I'll remain at the podium to answer any additional questions that either you all have or that the public may have.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Yes. Two on the right, so I'll start with Director Sanders.
Go ahead.
Or he's going to defer to Vice President Thompson.
Because of seniority or age. Yes, thank you for being here. Just a couple general questions. I was part of the committee that considered this about 4 years ago, and I understand the issues that were raised at that time. Several questions. Firstly, where is Cambria Pines Manor? Is that run alongside Highway 101, or what's the general location for these lots?
Well, there are two areas that really came out of the Lodge Hill restoration plan, and they were referred to as Special Projects Area 1 and Special Projects Area 2. And they are principally located in the Lodge Hill area, the Fern Canyon Lodge Hill area. Although Lodge Hill, of course, spans both sides of Highway 1, and so we do have lots on either side. That includes lots that have been previously transferred to the CCSD already, as well as within this batch of 52 lots now. There are also outlying areas that are kind of on the periphery of Special Projects Area 1 and 2 that are a little further afield, but they still qualify.
I see. And most of these lots are not buildable. They're pretty much throwaways, if you would.
Well, that's an interesting question. That was asked of me actually earlier. Theoretically, all of these lots have a right to build upon them. I mean, a landowner could pursue build out or creating a development on the lot. Whether they would be successful in that regard is something entirely different. Mm-hmm. Of course, many of these are not on water lists or wait lists, et cetera. But the owners of these lots should be compensated for the lots that they have, even if that just means a charitable contribution. Mm-hmm. To do anything otherwise and not allow them to build upon them through moratorium or otherwise is sort of essentially a takings of the property. And so the program is set up to allow compensation to happen in a way that avoids a taking scenario, but still acknowledges the value that they may have to it. So one thing that I think is a powerful asset to us in working with the Conservancy is that as a 501c3 nonprofit, we can facilitate charitable contributions of lots. We have not and probably would not purchase lots going into the near future, at least until such time as we built up our coffers again to allow us to do that, or high priority lots that had high value came forward. What we could do in the interim is accept lots as a charitable gift and facilitate that gift, which would allow the owner then to take that as a write-off against their taxes.
And are they already off the tax rolls, these lots?
They are not, actually. They would be if they came to you, because of course you're a municipality. But as the Land Conservancy owns them, and as they still have residual value owing to the fact that there are TDCs associated with them, we pay, albeit nominal, some property taxes on them currently. It is nominal.
Yeah. And then finally, do we have a cost for maintaining the original 110 lots, Jerry? Mr. Gruber, do we know what our cost is of maintaining the lots which we've already accepted?
No, I don't have that figure in front of me, and I'm sorry. I was talking to. I apologize for that. I don't have that figure in front of me. I know that the lots in question now, the 52, Mr. Rice is taking care of those at a pretty minimal cost to the district. So I don't have that information, and I apologize for that.
So it's expected that the $3,000 will probably cover the cost of maintaining them?
Yes, and that's the cost that the Land Conservancy is paying now, and they're getting them maintained. And as Daniel indicated, some of the lots don't even need maintenance. Some of them do, some of them more than others. So yes, we feel, and talking with Daniel, especially down in San Luis Obispo, that the amount that's indicated in the MOU under current cost scenarios would be sufficient to maintain the lots that we're considering taking.
I see. Thank you.
And Director Sanders? No? Director Rice?
Thank you, President Robinette. So this would, if it were approved, we being CCSD would take ownership of the lots, and then the Land Conservancy make sure that we follow the rules on the conservation easement? Is that the kind of, I'm trying to get the gist of the longer term.
Sure, would you like me to answer that question?
Please, if you
Yeah, you're more or less exactly right. The roles that we would have should you accept these lots or pass a resolution to accept these lots would be that once transferred to you by grant deed, we would also more or less concurrent with that transfer encumber these 52 lots with a conservation easement. That conservation easement was provided to you for review. It's the exact same conservation easement that encumbers the other lots that were already transferred. So they're virtually identical in nature. That's good for you. That's good for us. We don't have to decide, which things apply to which properties. And then the Land Conservancy's principal role at that point would be one to assure conformance to that conservation easement. And we do that by way of minimally once annual inspection of the lots, where we come around, drive around, take photographic photo points, monitoring and so forth, and make sure that the terms of the easement are being upheld. We have that obligation as a land trust.
Thank you. And this is for Mr. Carmel. Have we reviewed the MOU?
We've reviewed all the documents that were submitted and are satisfactory and would work very, very well for this transaction.
Okay, and here's a question about the TDCs. Is there much demand for TDCs right now?
Actually, there is. We sell a fair amount of TDCs even through this last recession, and we continue to sell. I mean, it slowed down considerably, but we do continue to sell TDCs. It's not maybe as high as I would like, but I think that's the nature of the real estate game here or anywhere, frankly. As the economy recovers and as building increases, I think too we will see the TDC program continue to sell TDCs into the future. That being said, at current rate of sale and given the inventory that I have right now of TDCs, I would expect the absorption of all those TDCs to be out 15 to 20 years. So it's a pretty considerable inventory that we have, and the current amount of sale just, it's not that fast.
I just have a couple more questions, if you don't mind, President Robinette. There's a couple of things that I would like to see as an individual, and I would like to see the board support. And one of those things is reviewing if there's any of these lots that might be appropriate to have minimal infrastructure for fire safety, the kind of cell phone coverage that we've been talking about as part of the Fire Safe Council. I don't know if I know that there would require some development, which these are precluded from any development. It would be nice if we could try and find a way to meet some of these other goals that this district has in terms of public safety, especially in case of a massive fire, in which case the habitat is kaput. Right, so
Sure.
We don't. Which, knock wood, that doesn't ever happen. But I would, and I don't want to slow this transfer down. But maybe the MOU is something we could look at, because here's my other thing that I would like to see happen. These are properties that will be owned by the public because they're owned by the CCSD. I want to make sure that we have access to them, but also that we're maintaining the habitat. And I know that that's a balance that everybody on the planet essentially right now is trying to figure out. How do you allow access to the beautiful areas of the planet without having them get trampled and ruined so that you can't enjoy the beautiful areas of the planet? So it would be nice if we could have more than just having the restriction. We can put up a sign that says no trespass, that maybe it would be, I'd like to try and, especially if they're contiguous, if there's any way we can add trails. I don't know if Mr. Atencio's already left, it looks like. But it would be nice. I would like to ensure, since it belongs to all of us, that we all can still have access if it is a property that is appropriate for access. Obviously, I'm sure some of them are,
Sure.
steep and inappropriate, but
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm happy to address some of those things if you'd like, or how would...
All right.
On the point of emergency services and, for example, cell phones and so forth, you're correct that by definition, and there is a state definition of what development is within the conservation easement, without having it right here in front of me, but more or less going from rote memory, I do think that that would be prohibited from going into these easements. Again, I don't have the benefit of the document right here in front of me, so probably Mr. Carmel could look into that for you. That being said, the CCSD itself owns lands that don't have conservation easements on them that are also interspersed amongst these other lots. And so I don't think that these lots specifically need to be the home for those emergency services, that you could look to your own lots, which are not encumbered with these types of things, to place those services that would not be inconsistent with any of your own goals. So I think there's probably an answer there. With respect to trails or passive recreation, the easements are essentially silent on most of those, so long as the infrastructure, if I can use that word, required to create those recreational amenities, it doesn't constitute a structure as defined within the easement. And so, for example, we do have the Henry Kluk Trail, which, although small, is a beloved trail. It runs through Fern Canyon, and that is right at the bottom of East Lots. So you can see that it is possible to have those things coexist with each other and not be in conflict. So I think that addressed both your points, if I remember.
Thank you.
I do have one additional.
Do you have, yes, please go ahead.
Just one last thing. Something like a vegetable garden,
Uh-huh.
or a community area for community garden, is that allowed, or because I realize where you're going to get the water right now. I'm just
Sure.
asking, since this is in perpetuity, I'm trying to look for the long range.
Yeah, there are specific provisions about native vegetation within the easement itself, which allow for example, the restoration or replanting of native vegetation. Most of the things that you would qualify to put into a vegetable garden are not typically natives, although there are many edible natives. You could probably have a wild ethnobotanical style garden if that's something that you wanted, with a nature trail that would meander through it. But it would not qualify, in my opinion at least, as a community garden with all the associated infrastructure. That infrastructure, whether that's raised beds or irrigation or things like that, would qualify under the definition of structures.
Anything else? Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any further questions for Mr. Bowman before we move forward on this? Okay. So on this, because we have several components in this particular singular item, Mr. Carmel, on the motion then, are we then waiting for a motion then not only to accept those lots, but also to approve the memorandum of understanding?
Yeah, the memorandum of understanding will actually approve the transfer of those lots.
So that would
be the
actually be
first-
the motion then?
That would be the first action, and then the resolution is the acceptance and the authorization for Jerry to execute conservation easements to encumber those lots. And then the last one would be the Citizens Committee, and that should be handled separately as well.
Okay, so we're still looking at three motions?
Yes,
Okay, so first is the MOU.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So, discussion or motion?
Madam President, I move approval of the memorandum of understanding by and between the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County and the Cambria Community Services District.
Do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the MOU. Any further discussion? Yes, Director Barringer?
Thank you, Madam President. In reading this and beginning this whole process, I was not supportive of this for various reasons, mainly because I thought we were putting the cart before the horse. Maybe a citizens committee should have been appointed first, make sure that we vetted out the real cost of this, et cetera, et cetera. And unfortunately, we did put a pause on the acceptance of the lots, and mainly because of the cost. And I think there's a bigger problem, or not problem, a bigger opportunity for us to find funding sources for the ranch. We accepted 430 acres of land, and we're struggling to maintain it. We've been using a lot of funds there. So I kind of changed my mind a little bit, because it is true that we had a good partner, and we want to make sure we keep that partnership going. I don't think $3,000 a year is even close to what we're trying to do. So I was hoping for a much larger opportunity for the Citizens Committee to look at, possibly even figuring out how much it's going to cost to fund the forest management plan, maintain the ranch, and these things. But it's been moved and seconded, and my objection has evaporated for this particular moment.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yes, Director Rice?
Thank you, President Robinette. I didn't mean to hide my light.
I know, I was looking for the green light.
Just what I need to do, hide my light. I tend to agree with Director Behringer's first instinct, that cart before the horse, on the front of, let's take them and then figure out how to pay for it. We keep doing that in this district, and it's one of the things that sure would be nice in my own life if I could do things like that. I'll just get that and then figure out later how I'm going to pay for it. I don't know if there is a time crunch involved in this, if there's a particular reason why it's important we do it now. I know I was hearing that it related to the BRP. This is one of the things that's part of that whole, to get the permitting done and under the Water Master Plan. I was also part of the committee that looked at this in 2012, and the same reason we chose not to do it then had to do with how are we going to pay for this, and it's still the question. It's undoubtedly true that we need to go forward, and it's undoubtedly true that this is a very good partner to have. I'm very concerned about how we're going to pay for it, considering we already are. How are we going to pay for this in every other situation that we have? So, except for optical medical insurance, apparently. But I that's my only objection, because I do think that it's a good program, and my concern with cell towers sounds like we may be able to find other places to put them, and other ways to deal with those. And I sure as heck am not going to try and change a state law. I'm still reluctant, though, because of the cost of keeping this, and I find myself conflicted, because I think it's an important program. I really just don't want to be adding more expenses before we know how to pay for them. The other thing that I remember happening out of the last citizens group that looked at how are we going to pay for the BRP was they had a facilitator, and they had meetings, and I've went to one of them, and I listened to all of them, and what happened was that they made a recommendation for funding the BRP that was illegal, because it wasn't actually allowed to be putting the BRP fee on the water and sewer bill, even though it seemed like it would be okay. So I just want to make sure that we don't go down that path again, where we end up with a solution that was well thought out, well discussed, and well agreed by a large portion of the community, that turned out to be not really possible. So I just caution on that, but I don't know, maybe somebody can help me get over the little hump here on the cost, because I don't think it's $3,000 either. I think it's quite a bit more than that. And I'm not saying that the Land Conservancy has the money to pay for it either, but we don't either. I'm concerned about that.
What my understanding is, and I certainly respect the concern, first of all, from both directors, and that is, that's why I say too, I do think this is a, gentleman, over there. I'm going to ask you to join back in this conversation too. And what I'm looking at is we do have a sort of probably the most giant singular that actually rolls out into a few motions and needed. And so right now we are talking about one aspect of that, and that is accepting the 52 lots back, correct? That's what we're talking about and thinking. I did attend with Director Sanders and Supervisor Gibson the meeting where we met with Mr. Bowman on the proposal that we now accept the lots. And I asked very specifically, because in accepting the lots, this one aspect of what we're talking about tonight appears to me that we are simply saying, what's it going to cost us on an annual basis for those 52 lots? That's the question on this part of this particular item. And again, Mr. Bowman, I would ask you to come forward, because as you probably recall that day, I said, so how much is it that you have to pay for annual maintenance or upkeep, or what expense on an annual basis do these 52 lots cost you?
Right, and I more or less told you about $3,000 on an annual basis. And that number is more or less true, and that covers our annual weed abatement. We hire Mike Rice to do that, as well as, on average, 1 to 2 hazard trees that we take down a year, and we use a couple of different arborists to do that. Whether this is good news or bad news, I'll share this with you. Since 2011, when this topic first came before you, and you declined to take them, to today, of course, there's been drought conditions, which are exacerbated tree mortality and so forth. And so in that intervening period, the Land Conservancy has actually had to take the vast majority of hazard trees off of these 52 lots while they were under our fee simple ownership. So the good news for you is that you are taking these lots largely devoid of those hazard trees that would have resulted in expenses in excess of that $3,000 on an annual basis. That's not to say that there won't be more trees that will be hazards that may result in costs over and above that $3,000. But again, the running average of holding those lots was $3,000 or thereabouts on per annum. So I feel good about that number. Again, that number is also something that can be supported as lined out in the MOU by the TDC program. And so again, we can come forward with that with proceeds arising from that program. That, again, has been authorized to extend to you for the period as is lined out in the MOU. And it's not to say that it could not be extended when that term comes up. I just need to go back to the State Coastal Conservancy at that point. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this part?
No, Madam President, first thing a lawyer learns is when not to speak. But
here we go.
I'm going to make an exception here. I too share the cost concern, and that's why we made it very clear that we have to have some revenue here in order to offset the cost of maintaining these lots. With regard to the Fiscalini Ranch, a very serious case can be made that the Fiscalini Ranch is a facility of at least regional significance, if not statewide significance. It is patently unfair that the district is saddled with the burden of maintaining the Fiscalini Ranch, and thank God we have the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. They do a lot of the heavy lifting out there. So having said that, this process here, this memorandum of understanding, the resolution we're being asked to adopt, reestablishes the relationship with the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo, and it also reestablishes a relationship with the State Coastal Conservancy. And I would be a very strong proponent of the district sitting down with the State Coastal Conservancy and talking about how we might get some relief from the maintenance associated with the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. But I don't think we can have that conversation with the State Coastal Conservancy unless we take this step first. We've got to reestablish this relationship, and so that's why I'm very supportive of going forward here. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion with anyone? All right, I think we are ready for the question, and we'll have a roll call, please.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Director Berger?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Yes.
President Robinette?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, one down and two to go. Mr. Carmel, will you go ahead and frame then the second motion?
That would be a motion to adopt resolution number 08, 2016.
I so move.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? No discussion? Okay, we're ready then for the question. I'd like another roll call, please.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Director Thompson? Berenger?
Aye.
Mr. Berger, seconded.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
Director Rice? Yes. President Robinette?
Aye. Okay, second motion passes 5-0. Okay, now we are to the aspect of the Citizens Committee, and we've been asked to each of us make an appointment here. I think that would be the only thing we would do with that this evening. It would be a revisiting of the build-out reduction program, and going further, are there some next steps? Are there some other avenues now, perhaps, in looking at lot acquisitions? And that would have to be up to that committee to begin with, and to really have a focus then, I think, about what the job would be. So I am wondering then if we should just open this up for discussion, or if we're ready to probably have discussion first. Any discussion, or you want to just make your appointments? Are you ready to go? Yes.
President Robinette, I support the committee. However, I'm not yet prepared to make an appointment to it. And so if we could, if it's acceptable, just approve the formation of a committee, and then we would, I don't know that we need to have our appointments approved, but we could.
We'd have to probably bring that back next month for the actual appointments. That's a part of the public process. So if it's not going to be done tonight, which is fine, we'll just continue the item until next month.
Yes, Director Barrender?
Yes, I too, I have somebody I'd like to nominate, but I want to make sure that they're willing and able to do the task. And I also wanted to take the opportunity for someone that really is interested and wants to get their feet wet on this, that they could call me. My number's in the book. So I would prefer, and I hate kicking things down another month, but I'm sure we could somehow funnel the names. I don't know. Do we have to approve the names today, Mr. Carmel?
Yes.
You don't have, you can approve the committee itself, the creation of the committee, and then ultimately
And
continue this.
recommend the names to the president between now and April, and have the president.
No, I think that's a part of the public process, and have to come back and be done publicly.
All right. Well, that's where I stand. So.
General Manager Gruber.
Madam President, we could always have a one agenda item special meeting and knock it out in 2 or 3 hours.
How perceptive. Yes. But yes, I do like that.
I'd like to make the motion.
If people aren't quite ready yet today, we could have then, rather than waiting a month, because that would be my concern, then we could have a special meeting, because people would have had time to find out again who's able and willing, and then, so if we make the appointments, then people will know they're going to do this. Yes, Director Rice?
I move that we approve a creation of a citizens committee to review funding options for future lot acquisitions for the build-out reduction program.
At a special meeting? Do you want to?
I just want the formation of the committee is all my motion.
I'll second that.
With no
We're going to
timelines?
create it. I just want to do that thing first.
And Madam President.
Create it, because I would like to have discussion on that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll second.
Discussion?
Could we also, I don't think it has to be part of the motion, but I think it would be good to have more than a one-paragraph description of what the responsibility of the committee is going to be, if we could have something that's a little bit more specific as to the charge of the committee.
That would be great. I think we've gleaned something from the discussion, but if you'd want to offer some observations as to what you'd like this to encompass in terms of their jurisdiction, that would be helpful.
The time frame, how many people? Is it going to be a 5-member commission? You know, how many times we'd expect them to meet? Who collaborates with them? Things like that.
All right. Director Rice?
President Robinette, thank you. I also want to make sure that we're not just appointing people that we know, that if there's anybody that's either watching the meeting or reads about it in the paper that would like to participate and hasn't been approached by a board member, that they would feel the opportunity. And Director Behringer already offered his numbers in the book, and I'm also available if anybody wants to talk to me about being a part of the committee, because there's a lot of people that know me, but I don't know them yet, and I know this community has a lot of expertise, and so I don't want to miss anybody just because one of the 5 of us doesn't know that person yet.
Madam President,
Yes.
just a cautionary note. I think it would be fine to postpone appointment of members of the committee, but we're on a time track here. We're on a schedule that relates to the EIR for the Sustainable Water Facility. So I would urge that if we're going to have a special meeting to make the appointments, it be in the near term.
I agree, because this is, of course, this is a need we have in getting guidance from a citizens committee, and it relates very much to our work with the EIR.
Right.
And so could we include that, yes, we're going to do this, and certainly we're open to whoever might be interested. Could we set for a special meeting, could we set at least a tentative date so we know we're moving forward on this?
I think we should.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I would like to have a date. Since you, Director Sanders, did you want to suggest a date, or?
Well, I guess that relates to how long Director Behringer, Thompson, and Rice would need to
have
find an
contact?
I
find
think
an
a couple
appointee.
of days would be
days?
sufficient.
So,
Maybe
a week from
Sunday? Could we
now?
meet
a week
Sunday?
from now would be. Would a week from now be plenty of time?
A week from now, yeah. Would that feel okay? A week from today, we could have a, wait.
I'm busy that day.
What day is that?
Would that be April 7th?
It's a Thursday, which is the day the paper comes out. I think we should give at least a time for an issue of the paper to come out for people to see that we're going to be doing it. I know, I'm
How about Friday?
perfectly okay with doing it before the April regular meeting. I think that's entirely, and the sooner the better. I hear what
How
you're
about
saying.
Friday the 8th?
I tend to agree with Director Thompson, Vice President Thompson, about we need to be clear about what's the point of the committee and what's the scope and all of that. I don't know how we're going to accomplish that, but
Director Behringer has suggested Friday the 8th,
Yeah,
maybe in the morning.
sure. 9 a.m. and we could probably do it at the office. We could have people give public comment there too.
We
Let's
could.
Just
All
throw it
right.
out there.
in the morning.
Yeah.
the 9th? Is it the 9th?
The 8th is
The 8th.
Friday.
The 8th?
At what time? Sure.
10 o'clock. Ten o'clock, I think, is good, and so then a week from tomorrow,
Week from tomorrow, and where?
at the district office.
Yeah, that's 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks.
April Fool's Day. All right. Okay, so now are we going for a week from tomorrow? And thank you for checking. We're going 2 weeks.
2 weeks from tomorrow.
Okay, 2 weeks once, 2 weeks twice. All right, it's 2 weeks, it's April 8th. Okay, good. Thank you for the clarification. And I think that would give also Director Sanders and I some time to talk on specifics so that it can be shared. Okay.
So we have can we have that be an amending motion, or should I remake a motion?
I don't think you need to include it in the motion. We'll just schedule the meeting for that time. But you still have a motion.
Then I call the question.
Okay, so let's have the motion repeated then.
Yeah.
Appoint
I move that the board form a citizens committee to review funding options for future lot acquisitions for the build-out reduction program.
I think I seconded it.
And it was seconded by Director Behringer. All right, it's been moved and seconded and reviewed, and so let's go with a roll call vote one more time.
Director Rice?
Yes.
Director Behringer?
Aye.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, that sounds like a good plan. Thank you. Okay, and thank you very much for joining us, Daniel. Thank you. Okay, moving now then to item 9C. We'll turn to 9C. And that is discussion and consideration to approve an amendment with the agreement to the Michael Baker International for preparation of the Sustainable Water Facility EIR. And we do have requests for public comments on this. And so first, do you want to do an introduction, and then we'll go with public comment?
Yes, Madam President. I think you covered it on the introduction. I'm going to turn this over to Bob Greshens, our district engineer.
Thank you, Jerry. This particular item is to consider an amendment with Michael Baker International on the EIR work for the Sustainable Water Facility. And just very briefly, we have one amendment already approved that your board approved on May 14th of 2015. So this is amendment number 2. And the total amount for the amendment is summarized in the attachments. We have additional work requests 2 and 3. They total $121,580, and the details are described within the body of this in summation, but also in the details that are attached. When we look at the fiscal impact, we have uncommitted funds totaling $411,000, $147, which includes the 5% grant retention that we're going to work on getting from the DWR through the county reimbursement process. That's $219,113 that we're in the process of requesting. Therefore, the total current amount of cash on hand is about $192,000 right now. So we have the funds available for this. Just to sum up the additional work request that we have in amendment number 2, and I'd be glad to go into the details as you may have questions. We have a desire to support the ZIR to be able to use the sustainable water facilities as needed as opposed to being in a stage 3 declaration, which the current emergency permit requires. We think that getting this EIR done would allow us more flexibility, maybe use it to avoid an emergency situation, just give us better use of that investment over time, which is really the driving motivation behind getting this EIR done. We've purposely tried to take a cautious, methodical approach to this. There's been a lot of conference calls as a result of that with Michael Baker International, which is part of the reason they are requesting additional funding. I would say probably a good, almost half of it is related to a lot of extra time spent in conference calls and meetings, discussions with the ad hoc committee, which have been good. I mean, we're looking at the comments we got on the notice of preparation, for example, for the EIR. There's some very detailed, well thought out comments that people came up with that we want to make sure we cover in the process. So a lot of discussion. We're also looking at making this more of a tiered EIR, where in the past it was going to be a projects related EIR. So there's a little extra rewriting that Michael Baker International is pointed out in their additional work request because of that. And then the other additional work request is related to looking at that build-out reduction program that was in the programmatic master plan EIR and assessing that, particularly we're looking at what sort of recommendations would improve that BRP that was adopted back in 2008. So that's the gist of this request, and I'd be glad to get in any details if you wish. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have public comment on this, and then we'll have discussion. So first on public comment, we have Mike Lyons.
Mike Lyons, good evening. I like to be prepared for this meeting by bringing my own agenda. And today, when I went to print it, just before I hit the print word, I noticed there was 142 pages of it. I think I would have needed a grant just for the ink for that. So I'm glad to see that there's so much detailed work being done here. And congratulations to the board and the staff and all the people in this community who contribute their part selflessly and professionally and sincerely to helping all of us, even those of us that don't pull our own weight. So I thank you very much. But really, I'm here to talk about the EIR and the mandatory plan to provide a growth plan for residential water meters that's entailed in it. And I would like to remind everybody what happened over the last 14 or 15 years of the moratorium, which entailed a lot of suffering on the part of the community. Many of us have a nice, cushy retirement here and don't think about the everyday lives of people who have been affected by this moratorium. It was mandated because of this drought, but I think the creativity of this group and the support of the community has come up with a very good solution to the problem. I'd like to remind us, though, that there are still construction workers who lost jobs and their families suffered. Contractors and architects actually had to move out of town because there wasn't enough work. And important service and equipment providers suffered very deeply in not being able to do the landscaping jobs or provide appliances or flooring or whatever is entailed in moderate growth around here. If and when the growth resumes around here, I suggest that it will probably be going back to the 1% that was allowed before the moratorium came into play. So I'd like to remind anyone in the community who's concerned about overgrowth that the 1% a year is manageable, intelligent, and reasonable. And it would perhaps re-stimulate the economy of our local town. The other thing I'd like to say is that for those who are worried about overgrowth in our beautiful small town, 80% of the people that will ever be here, according to the growth plan, are already here. There is a maximum number of residential water meters to be released over the infinite number of years that they might be, of about 660. that means that 4 out of the 5 people that are your neighbors or ever could be your neighbors, however long you live, are already here. So I suggest that we take a look at that in a prudent way and vote ourselves some stimulus to our own economy and help our neighbors who live here and incidentally people who might want to exercise their property rights in the future by building a home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ted Siegler.
Good evening. I'm Ted Siegler, Cambria resident. And what I'd like to talk about is what this resolution is actually about, which is to expand the scope of the environmental impact report. It's not about growth specifically, because that's the cart, and the environmental impact report is really the horse. Our community built a water plant that's been operated under the emergency permit for more than a year. And one of the conditions of that emergency permit is that CCSD complete its application for a regular operating permit. An environmental impact report is necessary to fulfill that obligation. I understand that this item on the agenda is to revise the scope of the EIR to increase the to include analysis of the water plant's potential impact on growth. I'm frankly surprised that potential growth impact was not in the original scope, given the nature of the water plant and the continuing fight over building out the water list. The issue has to be top of mind for most of my friends and neighbors. Growth in Cambria has been subject to hurdles: the CCSD's ability to serve new customers and the county growth ordinance. These two issues interrelate. But no matter one's stance on growth in the community, we need factual analysis as a basis for debate. It may be late, but better late than never. I support the change in scope and urge the CCSD to press forward with this dispatch to provide a complete and relevant EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mary Webb.
Mary Webb speaking as a resident. This agenda item describes a considerable change in the CCSD water project from an emergency project that would provide water in an emergency and for existing customers only to a water project that will open the water wait list and supply water for new development. The bait and switch is finally here. In fact, since the public has no project description in front of them, this vague new project could provide virtually unlimited growth depending on the amount of water it produces. The CCSD wait list is 689, the county wait list is 400. There may be other wait lists we aren't even privy to. All it would take is a vote of the board to increase connections from 4,650 to 6,000 or more. Our community approved multiple water and sewer rate increases over the past few years, not knowing that it would be paying to accommodate future growth without being told that was the case. 25% of Cambria connections, or maybe 2,000 people, did not support those rate increases. The other 75% didn't protest. That does not mean they support you. It doesn't mean they support the water project. The emergency project application from 2014 has never been completed, much less approved. It never received environmental review. It is the subject of an ongoing lawsuit that has yet to be heard. What will be the effect on this agenda item if the Stanford lawsuit against the district succeeds next month? We've spent millions already on an EIR, 20 years, and maybe $6 million for an EIR we have not yet seen. It is the future growth that mostly impacts our quality of life, traffic, noise, impacts to the resources, geology, air quality, everything that must be analyzed in a completed environmental impact report. These items will all seriously negatively impact residents. The impacts must be analyzed and mitigated. The sooner the community can read these documents, the better. Finish the coastal development permit application for the current project and run it during the emergencies, as you said you were going to do. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no further public comment present. We do have one to be submitted into the record, and that is from Cynthia Hawley, and that is a written comment that we have. Okay, so now moving into discussion.
I could move. that we,
Okay, or if we're ready for a motion? Okay.
I move that we approve an amendment to the agreement with Michael Baker International for preparation of the Sustainable Water Facility EIR.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the item? Director Rice?
I continue to be frustrated by this whole EIR process. I really have wanted to have something done so that we know what the impacts are. And I know we have a habitat management plan, or we're trying to keep track of what's going on over there. And I'm hoping that those things will inform this EIR that we've already paid at least, because I don't know if I have every single expenditure. CDM Smith, we paid them for the MND, the ISMND, almost $300,000, 278 is what my number says, but I could be missing some of that cost. And we've already paid out, according to, I could have missed some, at least $56,000 to RBF, or now Baker International. They helped us, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they helped us with the program EIR, which we were going to be tiering off of for additional water supply, and we paid a lot of money for that. In fact, it shows up as one of our assets in our financial report. So there's already a heck of a lot of money in this, and in September of 2015, I have a schedule that says that we should have already be done with the 45-day draft EIR public review period, and I know this keeps getting revised, and I'm very glad that we have somebody on the committee now looking at this and working with Baker to get this done. I'm really upset that we continue to do just money, and this isn't money that we have sitting aside. I believe when we approved the loan that we got for the $8.9 million, the thinking was the project's going to be about $9 million. We build it for $9 million. We get this $4 million grant, fingers crossed, from the state, and that helps pay off the $8 million. Now, almost $9 million, not including financial costs of getting that amount of money. And now it's like we've got this $8.9 million that we got the loan for, plus we have this grant money, so we have some extra money left over. Well, that's not my understanding when we originally were setting up these things, and we continue to hemorrhage money. It's very frustrating, and I do not want to stop the process. I want to be very clear about that. I really want to know what the impacts are, whether it's for the exact project as an emergency or for the longer term, because we have to go for a permanent permit. That was part of the conditions, if I'm not mistaken, for the emergency permit, right? Was that we have to submit a regular permit. And I think it is absolutely the height of ridiculousness to build a $9 million project if you don't intend to ever use it except when you're in an extreme emergency already. You need to use it to hopefully, sustainably build the resiliency of your water supply. Hopefully, without too much damage to the environment. And I've been frustrated all the way along in this entire process of not having reports about what the environmental impacts are. So I'm very glad it's getting done. Very frustrated at how long it's taking, and the amount of money we've already spent is ridiculous. Is there any possibility? Because I know they helped us with the program EIR. Why weren't we do it? Why would we pay $300,000 to CDM when we already had the program EIR and a lot of the other documents were already there? They had an ISMND to start with, and it just keeps getting delayed. It would be really great, since we haven't heard a report from the committee on the permitting and the EIR, if I could hear kind of what's going on. I would like to have an update, because I haven't seen the draft or anything. because I'm not on the committee. That.
Okay, any further discussion? Director Sanders?
If we have all night, I mean, we could discuss this, and we don't.
Let's go out for drinks.
Yeah, okay. But in my humble opinion, even if the sustainable water facility was to be kept only as an emergency project, we'd still have to assess the growth-inducing impacts, because the fact is that this water facility can introduce as much as 250 acre-feet per year of additional water into the community. So we have to apply for a permanent permit. We have to do an EIR to support the application. And the whole issue of lifting the moratorium is separate and apart from the consideration of these other items. So it's one of those things where the law requires that we do it, and I'm glad we are, and we're doing it in a very efficient way. The original plan was to do a standalone environmental impact report. The change in direction here is to use the Water Master Plan EIR for what it was originally intended. It's a programmatic EIR. This is one of the facilities that was discussed, not this specific facility, but the concept of a facility like this was discussed in the programmatic EIR. So it's logical that we would tier off of the programmatic EIR. That saves us a lot of time and effort in terms of doing all of the background analyses that have to be done. They're already done. They're in the programmatic EIR. So this is, I think, just a logical step toward what we have to do in order to get the permanent permit for our facility.
I didn't hear anything, pardon me, Madam President, if you don't mind. I didn't hear anything that I disagreed with. I think my concern is more that are we going to get another amendment? Are we going to have then another delay? And I mean, it's feeling very frustrating to me, the amount of money and time that's going into doing this, and I definitely want to do it right. Do not get me wrong. I don't know why we didn't embark on a tiered EIR to begin with, except that apparently nobody thought of it. Even the people that we hired to do the EIR, who did our programmatic EIR. Can we maybe get a little discount for that or something? I mean, I'm not trying to say that their services aren't worth the money they're charging. What I'm saying is we have paid a god-awful amount of money, and I still haven't even seen it. The only thing I've seen is the draft ISMND, and initial study mitigated negative declaration, and that's the only thing I have to go off of. So I think you can hear my frustration. I appreciate you reassuring me, and I think the community would feel a lot better once we actually get a draft to them so they can see what we're actually talking about.
Draft is coming.
How soon?
Okay, do we have any further discussion? All right, I think we are ready for the motion, and
We have a motion to second, ready for a roll call
we
vote.
need, yes.
I think it was me.
We're ready for the motion?
I think I'm.
You made the motion.
I moved and
I seconded.
and
Yes,
seconded.
it has been moved and seconded. Okay, what time, it's only 9:30, come on, we can do this. Okay, so Director Behringer moved and Director Sanders seconded on 9C, item 9C, so may we have a roll call, please?
Director Behringer?
Aye.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Director Rice?
No.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Okay, we're moving now to item 9D. And Item 9D, receive the comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year 2014-2015. And General Manager Gruber, are you going to introduce this?
Yes, ma'am. 9D is receive, as you said, the comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year 2014-2015. And I would like our finance manager, Patrick O'Reilly, to introduce our auditor, who has been patiently waiting.
Very patient.
In the back. He's already up in place. Patrick, if you would be so kind. And this is something we bring to you every year at this time. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Patrick.
Yeah, Madam President, members of the board, members of the public. Bob Crosby's been doing our audit for 6 years, at least.
Quite a while.
Yeah. Oh, you did? Okay. So second year I've worked with him, and he's here tonight to present the audit.
And welcome back.
Well, thank you for having me. This is quite a year. This is the first year Patrick, we got his feet wet, I think, this year. We had a lot of new issues. Major one was the Government Accounting Standards Board, pronouncement 68. It was quite a pronouncement, especially since nobody knew what was going to happen with it up till just about the time we finished the year. So I've done a lot of research on it, and I've done several financial statements with this. So it's a big issue because if you noticed, your reports expanded again. I try to make these as concise as possible, but we've got a couple extra schedules in the back. We've got some extra line items to your statement of net position. They keep changing the name of that. But overall, Patrick did a wonderful job. He transitioned real well. Alan did a great job, but Alan moved right in and took charge. He also had to do another post-employment benefits calculation. That's done every 3 years. A lot of people pay money to do that. Alan set up a program directly from PERS, so it made the transition easier, but Patrick now understands how to do it. He did all this with minimal journal entries, which is good. That's what they're looking for when I get audited. I'm not supposed to do a lot of bookkeeping up here, and that's primarily to make sure that the audited or the financial statements are accurate throughout the year, so that you're working with accurate numbers to make your decisions. Last year I was here, you were out of water. The emergency water project was in progress at June 30th. And we had a little problem with the late receipt of the grant that was promised, and plus reduced personnel. So those were all problems that Jerry and Patrick were dealing with to get this audit out. But we seemed to get it done in the same amount of time as we did before. So the report now is 44 pages long, so it's almost a book. The major items that I'm concerned about, well, first of all, the major thing that I'm responsible for is the auditor's report, and this is also growing too. When I first started, this was half a page, and now it's moved into 2 pages of what everybody's responsibility is with the audit. So this is something interesting to look at because this is the standard report. I have no disclaimers or no adverse items. You basically got a clean opinion. The beauty of this report, and this was the transition way back with GASB, I think it was 32, 34, was to consolidate the financial statements onto 2 pages so that the novice could actually look at this thing and see what's going on. So those would be my pages 2 and 3. The problem that we had was with GASB 68, this is a pension reporting requirement that we're now, they finally finalized the white paper. They've got it down so that we now know it has to be in here. But I really had to scour research to find out how to present this. But if you look at it, your statement of net position incorporates not only financial information, but it also incorporates the actuarial terms that are necessary to report the pension requirements for the district and any other governmental entity that's out there. And with that, we had to report this as of the beginning of the year. So you'll look in the footnotes, you'll see on page 29, we had to incorporate a prior period adjustment to your equity account. That approximately, unfortunately, about $5 million, just a little bit short of $5 million adjustment for this upcoming pension requirement that the district is going to have to incur over the next few years. So this is a big adjustment here, and it's a big prior period adjustment, but this is all standard when we convert your report over to this new Government Accounting Standards Board pronouncement.
29.
29. And also, at the same time, you're dealing with the water needs of the community, which is very important. We talked about that last year, and it sounds to me like it's working. I don't know, I heard that it wasn't working. I thought the thing was up and running, but you haven't run out of water yet, so that's a good thing. But with all these expenditures, I actually got a call from the county auditor indicating that he wanted me to put a particular footnote into your financial statements because you hadn't received the grant that you were anticipating. Luckily, by the time we got this report done, the grant was indicated that it was coming. So I had to put a footnote in there indicating this. That page, I don't remember what page that is. At the, excuse me, I thought I had it marked. It's on page 17 of my report. I don't know what page you have on your, okay.
Yeah, it's the same.
He required me to put a going concern report or footnote in here, but with the grant monies that were en route and the possibility of the rate increase, it looked like this was not going to be a concern. But it is a major concern for the district that this going concern was something that was brought up by the county auditor. So it looked like you made it through the tough part. But this has been a major year. I mean, this is a radical year for you guys because of all these different issues. So, but you pulled through. So continue the good work here and continue to get water for the community. So, I mean, this is the big issue right now is sustainability of communities, the sustainability of water, and the ability to provide this to the people of the community is, I would think, #1 priority, and you guys have done that. So, and we talked about this last year. I don't know if you remember, but I think that's majorly what I had in mind here as far as going over. Looking at page 2, this is essentially your balance sheet. However you look at it, the powers that be don't allow me to let it balance. We show the assets, liabilities, and net position. Usually in a balance sheet, you add the liabilities and the net position, and that equals your assets. The other thing that it's lacking, it's not because I wanted to, but it doesn't show current versus long-term assets and liabilities. But if you go further back in the report, we are able to show this in the enterprise funds, which would be the water and sewer wastewater funds. That's on page 10 or 8, I believe. And this is the concern that the county auditor had, was when we look at the current assets, just looking at water and sewer, we're showing $1.7 million. When we're looking at the liabilities, we're looking at $4.1 million. And that is a concern. Now, a lot of that is due from the governmental funds to the enterprise funds. You'll see that as $2.7 million. But it is a concern. It was a concern as of June 30th last year, again, but because you got the extra grant, it carried you over. Without that grant, we would have had a little bit of a problem showing these reports here. Then also looking at page 3, it's kind of an interesting report. Again, this is the powers that be require me to present it this way. At the bottom of the page, or the third line up, we show a change in net position. This is on page 3. You guys are showing a net loss of $1.16 million as far as the activities for the district. This is a concern. An optimist would look at that and say, well, if we add back a non-cash item like depreciation, this would be not an issue because then you had a profit. But that also doesn't take into consideration that depreciation is allocating the infrastructure over the lifetime of the assets. And plus, it also doesn't indicate the replacement cost for these assets as they wear out, like your water tank. So these are major issues for the district. So, and I think as far as your support staff, you're in good hands as far as reporting the accurate numbers for the board to be making these critical decisions for the district. One thing that concerns me with the reduction in personnel, not that I didn't see any problem with it, but when we reduce personnel, it doubles up on the accounting functions of the district, and as a result, there's the possibility of internal control problems. I usually write this up. I've written it up before. I usually write it up when I first do an audit for a district, that these are concerns that I have as an auditor that the district should have watching over the safeguard of their assets. And the district should be aware that because these duties are doubled up, that additional tests should be made by staff within the district to make sure that none of these internal controls are breached so that they would cause a problem in the future. I did have a problem with one of my districts this last year, which it wasn't necessarily a wonderful thing when I catch somebody stealing. Not that any of that's going on, I'm not indicating that, but it was the same type of situation. A person was caught stealing. We had to fire her, and it wasn't pleasant. So also, it doesn't make my job pleasant because I have had some death threats in the past when I've caught people stealing. But I do have my obligation to report these, even if it does involve felonies that have been committed against me in the past. So it doesn't make me happy. But that's my job. Never thought that accounting would be this exciting. But there are some major issues here. We had a radical year. You guys seem to pull through good. I'm glad to look at the outcome. And you guys did do what you were supposed to do as far as providing the resources to the community. Again, it's all in the sustainable resources to keep the whole thing alive. And that's what we're seeing. The big push now is sustainability of communities. Because if they're not sustainable, the whole community gets lost. So you guys are doing a good job from what I can see, from a financial point of view. Any questions? I know I hit you with a lot of stuff here tonight.
Thank you. Do we have questions or comments? Director Sanders?
I have a question. I'm interested in the role that the county auditor plays in all of this. Are you telling us that in certain respects you're not entitled to use your independent judgment?
I did use my independent judgment.
Okay, but it's,
I don't know where he got the information. I just got this random call, and it was about August of last year,
from the county auditor.
direct from the county auditor.
So the last time
Where
I
he got his
checked,
information, I have no idea.
the last time I checked, the county auditor worked for a completely separate governmental entity. And I'm just curious about how he thinks he's entitled to influence the statements that you produce.
Well, essentially, we have to turn the statements over to the county, because they
Yeah.
are required to get them every year. So, again, I don't know where he got his information and why he made the call. So, essentially, I more or less was able to not do what he wanted me to do.
Yeah,
because
I
of-
understand that. I'm just
So-
troubled by his apparent concept that he's entitled to somehow participate in an audit of this district.
Again, I'm just
Can-
stating what I got.
Okay,
so.
Can I
thank you.
say something, Madam President?
Yes, please do.
You know, it was at the time that we were going through the issue with the county about the $4 million loan. And a grant, not loan, the $4 million grant, and the county is basically on the hook for that if we can't pay it. And it was also at the time that we were looking at, we were down to less than $2 million in cash. So I'm assuming that's where the interest came from.
Well, I'm sure he's interested, but the problem is, I don't see where he has any authority to step in and meddle in an independent audit that is being done of our district. I think it's up to our auditor to come to his own conclusion, free of any influence from the county auditor.
I think that was fulfilled, because I was just indicating what transpired last year.
Good.
And this was all something that, Patrick, like I said, you got his feet wet this year. And it worked out good.
Okay, any further comments, Director Sanders?
No.
No. Director Rice?
I'll make this very brief. How panicked do we need to be about the pension issue in this community? Because I know the entire state, there's lots of towns that are freaking out. And just from watching one of the conferences of folks talking about CalPERS, how freaked out do we need to be in this community about our pension situation and our unfunded liabilities related to that going forward? You can just give me a scale of 1 to 10 and we can talk further offline. I just want to know how
I would say-
worried we need to be, besides the fact that we ended 2 years in a row in deficit situation, which is not good.
I would say this is 1/4 of your total liabilities as far as your long-term liabilities. So it's a big, significant.
So it is a big issue that we need
Yes.
to be.
Depending on how accurate the actuarials are for PERS, because you guys did participate in the PERS actuarial.
Madam President, I would also want to indicate, though, from here moving forward, pretty much all of our employees will be paying their 8%. So it's a thing that this board addressed early on, and in addition to the governor's pension reform through legislative means, this board has required all the employees with their existing agreements to pay their portion. Now, we still have to pay the other portion, but it's
That's a matching then, isn't it?
yeah,
8 and 8,
it's-
that's
But
what
so-
STIRS
but-
does.
But I don't want to minimize what our auditor's saying, but in comparison to other districts and cities who have hundreds of millions of dollars of unfunded liability, I think we're sitting in a better situation than those folks.
When did we move now to that, General Manager Gruber, when did we move then to that category of 8% and 8%?
Well, and I'll ask for Monique, we've also adopted a second tier, if you remember, for retirement. So we've been, this board's been very proactive in addressing those long-term impacts that pension will have on the community. As far as your question goes, Monique, when will everybody be paying their 8%? I know that.
I think fire is the only one who is
Yeah.
still not paying their entire 9% yet, but it is in this new MOU.
Yes, and so Patrick, I would ask you too, as we have increased that match on the part of the employee from historically not having that, isn't that bound to be an advantage for us?
Oh, certainly. And I think everybody pays now. I don't think the new fiscal year, I think everybody pays, even the firefighters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, their whole amount. It's a phased in, the MOU, but I'm
It
pretty
was a
sure next
phase-in.
year,
Mhm.
everybody pays their employee share.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just 8 and 8, there's a bunch of, we have 4 or 5 different agreements, so the percents are different for different categories of employees. But all employees are paying their share now, their whole share.
Madam President, I don't want to minimize the concerns that he's raising because it is a real dollar amount you're looking in here, but I think what's important to look at is how proactive we've been in our requirements to have our employees pay their portion, the adoption of a second tier. You know, we're in a position where this number is not going to considerably escalate over an extended period of time, thus putting the burden of the unfunded liability on the community. So it is a real number. He's absolutely right. It's something that we should be aware of. But I think through your board action and through pension reform, long-term, we have a much better handle on our pension issues and our liability issues than other cities and districts.
I have to agree with you there. Looking at what I've seen with other government entities, this really hit some of these other entities very hard. And with this district, last year I was saying that your district has taken steps in the past to make sure that they're financially sound, a lot more sound than a lot of other government entities. So it's a big concern because it's such a big number. I didn't expect it to be that big. I don't know if you did or not, but it was kind of a surprise when those reports came in. So.
Okay, I was just thinking, yes, certainly the fair share with the employee and moving it up to 8% or 9%, whatever it is, has got to help. And that's all CalPERS, correct? Because STRS doesn't work that way at all. It's always been 50-50. So.
Yeah, it is all CalPERS. But we're also talking about other post-employment benefits. So we're talking about medical benefits for retirees. And we have eliminated that here for new employees, but we have some historical employees who still qualify for that. But that's going to phase out over time, too.
Good. So the trend is actually getting better.
Yeah. Right.
Very good. Thank you.
Madam President, can I make a comment?
Yes.
Since I've been on the board, I noticed that in conversations with Mr. Gruber, and I've got to give him a lot of credit for it, he was looking 4 years ago about the inequity of how the district was paying for everybody's, the lion's share of the retirement. And I got to give Mr. Gruber credit, and Patrick, of course, is doing a yeoman's job. And not only that, when we were talking about hiring reservists, firefighter reservists, we have to be careful. You know, they might be free, but they cost us money as far as retirement and so on and so forth. And they've been diligent in making sure that they take that into account. And I think we, as a board, when we're thinking about adding personnel or whatever, retirement is one of the things we need to consider rather than just picking somebody up. That said, I would move that we accept the report.
Thank you for the motion.
Second
and
the
the
motion.
comments. And the second. Any further discussion?
I would like to see a committee put together to eventually start looking at what other steps we can be taking to reduce those liabilities, because I don't know about the rest of you, but I intend to live a good long time, and I'm going to continue to pay rates and taxes in this community for a long time. I don't want my services to be reduced because we have a bunch of people that are retired and living a long time, and we can't afford now to provide regular services. That's my only comment. I'd just like to have that considered for the future, hopefully soon.
Thank you. And before we have our vote, we also have a public comment request. And thank you very much again for your annual
Right.
report.
Thank
And
you. Thanks for having me.
Good job.
And thanks for
Thank you.
giving me a vacation from tax returns.
Well, thank you. Yes, this time of year. And sorry it's so late, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a request for public comment from Jerry McKinnon.
Jerry McKinnon again. My question doesn't amount to a hill of beans. It's just one
Okay.
individual sitting in the audience, hearing things and wondering what it's all about. We're $4,100,000 in debt. I think that's the figure that I heard. Is that for the fiscal year 2015-16, or does that extend over a certain period of time between now and whatever? And then the second notion about retirement, don't worry. In a few years, I'm going to be dead, and you won't have to worry. Oh, wait a minute, somebody will take my place. Well,
your fault, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry. Always a pleasure.
I was just wondering if there's an answer to that question. It's really just been put on our balance sheet, that $4 million debt, correct? It's always been there.
Yeah, it's not, there's a contra account, so it shows that we need to provide funds, and it shows that we owe funds, but there's no impact on our cash. So it's really not, PERS projects payments over, I think, 30 years, and the OPBE calculation, the other post-employment benefits, were calculated over 25 years. So those are long-term commitments. That I'm not real clear on.
Okay, we have a motion before us that's been seconded, and any further discussion? Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we do approve this item as submitted, and that is correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so roll call.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Approved 5-0. Thank you. Okay, moving now next to item 11, future agenda items. If we have any questions or information that to direct to staff, or a request for a formal agenda item that we would vote on, what do we have? Any? Director Rice?
I move that on the April agenda, we have an item to consider amending the bylaws related to the time of the meetings.
I'll second that.
Discussion? Vice President Thompson?
I think we need to have a discussion about meeting times before we talk about it, amending the bylaws. So I think that's a little bit premature, I would suggest. Let's have the discussion about when we're going to meet first, and then we can talk about amending the bylaws after that.
I think that's the intention of the motion, that we have that discussion about whether or not we should amend the bylaws.
Correct.
I think that's my intention, is not to actually have the agenda item to amend the bylaws, but to actually have the discussion about it, whether or not we want to change the meeting time. Is that,
That's
agreeable.
clarification. So we're
Yeah,
we're not amending bylaws, we're talking about, do we need to?
I'm
Correct.
seconding the point. I do believe that when we met to change this meeting, I heard a consensus that we would actually discuss it at this meeting. It didn't make it to the agenda, but I believe it should be next time to see whether we do or not. And if an action is required to actually change the bylaws based upon our discussion next month, then that could be also discussed at that same time.
Correct.
But I'm not saying we should change the bylaws, I'm saying we should discuss whether we
Decide
need
if we
to.
want to.
So that was the
We're
intent
both
of my,
on the same.
that was the
yeah,
intent of my
Good to
We
second.
have the same intent.
Good to
then.
clarify.
Ma-
Further
Ma-
discussion, Director Sanders?
Yeah, the only caveat, I intend to support the motion, but the only caveat is there's the issue of whether or not people are going to turn out in as great a numbers at night, or greater numbers at night than they do during the day. I mean, we've had one meeting here. When we got to the substantive items on the agenda, the crowd tended to thin out pretty dramatically to the point where at the end of the meeting here, we've got about the same number of people that we have during the daytime. So I support having the discussion, but I just will wonder whether or not we're going to have enough empirical evidence to make a rational decision. That's all.
And that truly, I think, is important, that we actually have to have empirical data and actually have time to reflect on it, so.
And having a
we'll have-
discussion will be good.
Pardon me,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead.
That's it. Having a discussion will be good. I'm sorry, I was agreeing with you, President.
Okay, just to kind of have some time to reflect and talk. Okay, very good. All right, then. Yes?
Can I just clarify? So we'll bring back a discussion and consideration to amend the bylaws. That's the motion?
The bylaws won't be amended at the next meeting.
So it's just a discussion item?
Whether we will or will
Discussion,
not.
Right.
Thank you.
And we could actually come up with some dates or something that we would have to.
I want to make
amend.
sure there's an action item, if we need to have an action item to change the bylaws, though. I don't want to actually change the bylaws. I want to be able to do staff direction or appoint a committee or something so that we can continue to move forward on it. On possibility of changing the time of the meeting.
Okay, we'll set it up for action.
I don't expect that we're going to change the bylaws in April.
No, we're not making the bylaw change.
Correct.
But we're deciding, do we want to make a
Yes,
bylaw change?
thank you.
And then we'll go from there. Okay, thanks for the clarification. All right, then. Any other discussion or ready for the vote? All right, please, Monique?
Director Berenger?
Aye, I think she made the.
I'm
motion.
sorry, Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0. Do we have any other discussion or business on future agenda items? Seeing none? Okay, then.
No, it's just you.
Okay, thank you all very much, and thank you, staff and board, and we are adjourned.